Get ready for the ride.
You're in the danger zone.
Holy mackerel.
Holy mackerel.
Holy mackerel. It is Friday. In the danger zone, we have Murph. What's up, dude?
What's going on? How we doing?
Dude, we have Dano's knee. We have Jets football. We have Mets baseball, which I'm sure you're thoroughly invested in right now.
Yeah, I got it on right behind me. Can't you see?
How has your week been, Murph? Talk to us.
Long and tiring, but the days will get better. I'm going to actually switch up my duties at work here pretty soon, so hopefully that gives me a little bit of relief. Pun intended, nobody will get that, but I'll be a relief guy. So yeah, it's long week. It's the summer, man. Being a pop vendor in the summer is a brutal time, but hey, got through it once again, and here we are, back in the danger zone, back here to talk a little Jets football. We got Jets football on right now. I have not been able to watch. It's on like NFL something. I don't know. I looked on YouTube TV. I couldn't find it anywhere, but
You know what? It sucks because YouTube TV doesn't really take effect till week 1. It's so stupid. I mean, if you have NFL Network, even, I think it's airing whatever game is closest to you. You have to have like the NFL Plus in order to see it or be in the local market. It's annoying, man. But I will say I watched the start of the game and I was pretty tired of it by like the start of the second quarter. Dude, preseason football is unwatchable at this point. Like it is so rough unless you have like rookies you want to see. But you get to this point of the preseason, the rookies aren't the rookies you want to see aren't even really playing. We did have some, maybe a nugget or two on the game, but I'd rather just wait and see if the chat wants it because so many watch parties going, and I'm sure there'll be post game shows. I don't know how our turnout will be tonight, but I'm willing to give the chat whatever they need from me. So we'll see how this night goes. Murph, I know you have an early day tomorrow, so no biggie there. Again, this is kind of like a formality because we've made so many Fridays in a row. This might not be it can't make this one the end of the streak, you know. But again, dude, it's preseason. Very few. No, I bet you 95% of our roster has been ironed out behind the scenes.
yeah.
So I don't know who's making their job tonight. Maybe a couple guys, and like I said, we'll get into them later on.
Yeah, this is like roster bubble Saturday, right? Like this is like the bubble guys that are in there like trying to solidify their spot on the team or completely crash and burn, whatever it may be. Or maybe they'll have a good game and it still won't be enough because they just didn't show enough throughout training camp and the first 2 preseason games. But I think you're right, Dane. I think Aaron Glenn, Darren Mougey, and the boys already have a pretty good idea what this roster is going to look like going into this game. Or what we're in the third quarter right now, they probably already know at this point. So I don't know. We'll see. It's going to be it's going to be an interesting cut down day for sure.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see some names on here that, you know, if you'd asked us a year ago if they would be cut in a year, very few people would have said yes. I don't know. It might get spicy, but that's something that we plan on doing tonight, maybe.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are to look at this. Actually, I would say 90 man, but I put it together today, and currently we have 88 guys. We have a couple on IR, one on PUP, but like we have 88 guys. And I mean, we always start with how our week went. Let me just say, like, I kind of glossed over it, but the Jets kind of had a little week, to themselves. Care to mention what the hell happened there? And you don't have to be super detailed, but just in general.
Well, Darren Mougey, is out here making moves. He saw a weakness on this roster, and I think specifically a play style weakness. Like I think it wasn't just defensive tackle. It was like, dude, these dudes cannot clog the holes. They cannot stop the run on the inside. We need to fix this. And Darren, he didn't make just one. He made two moves, and it looks like we signed us a couple defensive tackles. So I am a little excited about that. I wanted to get your take on it, and I have a little something to say about it too. But you first.
There we go. A little bit of lag.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Computer's catching it. Dude, I try to open one thing in the background and it spazzes on me. But it kind of irons out after I get through like 10 minutes of lag. But you're right. Not only did they make some moves, they came via trade. Awesome. Because like you said, man, he was able to self-identify a weakness on the team. And a lot of times you can't just patch you can't patch it up on the waiver wire. You can't sometimes. Not only that, I like the fact that he made two separate trades in the same day, because it kind of tells us that like he either had relationships around the league with other GMs or he's establishing them now. Day 3 picks, one was I think just a pick for player or pick swap for player, I believe, with the Browns one. And then the Vikings one was a pick swap and a 2027 late round pick. So cool. We didn't lose any picks in 2026. We lost a 7th in 2027. And again, we had pick swaps, but we didn't lose picks. And from all indications, the Vikings dude can play. A lot of people were slotting him into the starting job already. So, yeah, crazy, man. Good to see. But that was my first impression on that.
Yeah. Hey, so I mean, the first move, Jawan Briggs. I'm going to admit, and I think a lot of people out there would admit too, like, I didn't know who that was. I didn't recognize your game, as they would say. But you look at the statistics, you look at the PFF grades, and that's not everything, guys. I get it. Like I'm a big advocate, and like, yeah, we should probably watch film, but early indications is that the dude is solid, right? Like he belongs on a team somewhere. He belongs at least as a depth rotational guy, if nothing else. And I think it was a good move. We gave up a 6th. Like, it's not a big deal. And that's something I wanted to say is like Mougey, he didn't give up a lot. He made moves, filled a hole, and didn't give up a lot. Like it's not like he's throwing a 3rd rounder or a 4th rounder out here. Harrison Phillips, now on to him. That's a big name. Harrison Phillips was one of the best defensive tackles in the league for a while. Like, and yeah, he's getting towards the tail end of his career, but I mean, that's a name right there. And names usually cost something, but he got him for a 6th as well. Well, 2, but getting a 7th in return. All in all, we gave up 3 6th round picks, and we get 1 7th in return, or is it 2 7th? I can't remember. Either way, that's minuscule. Didn't give up anything, filled a hole, and I love it.
I think the one was a 6th for a 7th, And I think the other one was a 6th for a 7th, but then we also give him a 7th. So, negligible, man. Like in the grand scheme of things, it's negligible. I agree with you, man. No day 3 picks should be getting traded, not to satisfy 2025 needs. Don't do it, man. We already have a 3rd missing for Hassan Reddick, man. Don't get me started there. We are pretty much penciling in our 1st round pick next year and then some. So we can't really be giving up anything else. Harrison Phillips, man, the Vikings fans. I know that Richie, Jets Media, shout him out. He had a Vikings beat guy on who said that heading into this week, if you asked him, are there, because they were willing to deal, it sounded like, but this guy who Richie had on said that if there was 4 or so guys on the roster that he said is not getting traded, he's safe. Harrison Phillips was one of those 4 guys. So it came as a huge shock to them that he got dealt. Good, yes, but even better guy, human, locker room, just a hell of a guy. So kind of got me excited because he's proven,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at the very least, you're gaining a solid veteran defensive lineman, to add to that room. We got some young guys there, Quinnen, he's a vet. He's a vet in his own right, but he's not. He hasn't been in the league as long as Harrison Phillips has. But we got some young guys on the edge and defensive tackle that it'd be nice to have a little extra leadership in there. So that's great, and he's a rock solid guy. Love the moves. I do. I love the moves. And to me, it's just showing. I've been hinting at this for a while. Darren Mougey has a bit of an aggressive streak to him. Like, it doesn't show all the time, but like he is showing, if I need to make a move, I'll make 2. It's not. He's not scared at all to do that, and that's. I mean, I like it honestly, but we'll see how it plays out. Gotta give the guy a couple years and see how the moves that he makes actually play out, because people can make moves all day, doesn't mean they're going to work. Um, Either way, I'm excited about it. It's shown a little bit of an aggressive streak in Mougey. The only thing is, for me, is like, I need a wide receiver too on this roster, guys. Like, I need, or at least a high end 3, something to throw at other than Garrett Wilson. We got a few guys that I'm like, okay, I want them on the roster, but I just don't think that they're good enough to really ease up the pressure on Garrett. So I would have loved to seen a move like that, but made 2 moves for defensive tackles. That's great. It's like way later than all of us. I mean, all of us have been. We were all saying from the beginning of the offseason, we're like, hey, we need a defensive tackle. We need a defensive tackle. He signed Naughty. I was like, okay, I guess. And then he didn't draft one, and we're like, what the hell? Now he signs 2 more, or trades for 2 more. I'm sorry. I don't know. Either way, it's we'll see how it works out. I think it was good moves, but he needs to keep an eye on that trade. Trade wire? Is that what you would call it? I don't know. Anyway,
trade market.
Trade market, yeah, trade market. He needs to keep an eye on for that trade market to see if any of these wide receiver 2, 3 type caliber guys pop up, and maybe like an Alec Pierce or something. I don't know.
Alec Pierce would be awesome. He would. I'm just trying to pull up in the background here. If you see me fumbling, I'm pulling up his Harrison Phillips defensive grades on PFF. Not that they're the Bible or anything, but because we haven't seen the film yet. And I would say, like, it sure looks like 2021, his last year in Buffalo. He was outstanding. He had like an 80 grade in run defense, which is very good. The next year, his first in a new system in Minnesota. It only went down to 73.6, which is by far the best option we have next to Quinnen. Then the 2023 in Minnesota, about 66 run D. And then last year, a little less. He had about 54 run D. I did see, though, that he is a huge, huge fan of Quinnen Williams. Apparently, that's his favorite defensive tackle to watch film of. Now, is he moving the goalpost because now it's his teammate? I don't know. But he had a quote, though, and I want to show you this quote. Let's see, or I'll at least read it to you. He said, coming in and joining this D line, he wants nothing more than to be the fire hydrant in a dog show. Meaning he's just going to be he's going to do the dirty shit, man. And the dogs can be dogs. Like, he's going to do anything he can so that Quinnen isn't facing double and triple teams. He wants Quinnen to eat, is what he went on to say. But yeah, fire hydrant in a dog show. So he's just going to absorb all the piss, man. That's a hell of a quote.
Of an analogy, man. That's the first one I've ever heard. That's the first time I've ever heard of that one. I get it. It kind of makes sense, but I had to think about that for a second. I'm like, what? Hey, whatever works. I'm glad that he's taken on that attitude. That's great. God knows somebody has to open up for Quinnen because that dude's always getting double teamed, and not having the consistent presence at edge also didn't help him last year. It was like him and Will McDonald trying to do it all, and like you just can't base it off of two guys, So now JJ's back. Will McDonald's got another year, or he's got that year under his belt, able to kind of refine his craft. Now you got Harrison Phillips beside him, some dogs and a fire hydrant out there.
Not a bad starting four, I will say. I think it got better on Wednesday, if that's the day it was, Wednesday or Thursday. Like, we got better. For sure. The other one, I mean, Briggs, he, from all intents and purposes, he's going into his second year right now. And a lot of people had like a 7th or 6th round grade on him already. And I think it was Connor Rogers had a 7th, and they said that he's played well beyond a 7th round pick last year. So for whatever reason, I mean, yeah, they did get him before Phillips, but they liked what they saw in him. And they're, again, hey, another team dealing with Mougey. That was my biggest thing about switching GMs. Like, I felt like Joe Douglas had good relationships around the league. And I was a little worried going back to the GM. Well, is the next guy going to? Because that's a lot of times you're the first one on the receiving end of a phone call when a guy hits the trade market, if people like you or they want to deal with you. Mm-hmm. So just nice to see him work the phones, go seek these guys or go find these guys, whatever. To the tune of a new guy that's in front of Derek Nottie, who hasn't been existent, Cowart, who's been dinged up, and LT3, who I think is better as a backup to Quinnen, not a partner in crime. So we'll get into that. But any thoughts there?
Yeah, actually, I agree with that point. That LT3, he's better suited in that just like pin your ears back type role, just be a disruptor. I think it's a good setup. I was curious, so I just Googled. I haven't even looked at Madden ratings this year, and normally when they first come out, like, I'm always curious, like, what do the Jets look like and stuff, And I haven't even looked, and I went to look up Harrison Phillips just to see what he's rated in Madden, because that totally means everything, guys. That's that's where it's at. That's when you know he's good or bad. I don't know. They got him as a 78, which is solid, actually. I don't know. I don't know. I was just curious. I had to go look him up.
Well, you know what? I'm curious what our other guy, the guys he's in a room with now, I bet you none of them are higher than 70. They're probably not even higher than 74, you know?
Yep. I did see as I initially was scrolling, Will McDonald was like a 76. And I was like, you dirty bastards.
That's wrong. That's just wrong.
Derek Naughty is a 75, which from the indications kind of sounds like he might not be long for the roster. If you listen to our wonderful beat reporter Dick Chimney, Jamie Sherwood led the league in tackles last year. He's a 74. But yeah, I don't know. We could get all hyped up and stuff about it. Michael Clemens is 72. Jesus Christ.
Well, you know what? There's not a
one, guys. I had to turn it off when I saw that.
If you had 500 snaps the year before, they just automatically think you get a 70, and then he just flexed and he got 2 more.
I guess so. I mean, that's fair. I mean, if you got a good pose down routine, you get a couple points. We'll throw that strength rating up a little bit, give you a couple points.
What do you make, Murph, of heading into the fourth quarter, getting beat by the defending Super Bowl champs 19-3?
I don't think much of it. I really don't. 19-3. Yeah, that's Philly. Okay, first of all, we're not playing anybody. They're not playing anybody. I know Mimbu, I think he got a drive or two. A rookie got a drive or two. Other than that, there's not a lot of, Arian Smith was in there for a little bit. I don't know. Like, we're not playing anybody. They're not playing anybody. But, yeah, Philly has been for years now one of the deepest rosters in the league. What do you expect?
Philly, Joe Douglas. Maybe he wants Corley.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe Mougey should be making a call.
Johnny Boy chimes in and he says, bye, Corley. I'll tell you, if you didn't tune in tonight, Corley had, I can't say this is official, but like he had, I don't know, I'll say 5 snaps. And from what I saw, they were all on kick return. I think he returned 1 from the 5 and got to the 27. It was like 22 yards. Another one, he might have had 30, but it was from like deep in the end zone. So I don't know, man. I'll tell you who showed out in the return game tonight. Pritchett, not Pritchard, but Pritchett.
About time, huh? All that hype we heard all off season.
And I kind of called him out. I think it was last week or the week before. I'm like, dude, he clearly displays wiggle, but he just wasn't making any space for himself. Tonight, he was helped by a 65-yard punt where dude he outkicked his coverage. Mm-hmm. However, I mean, Pritchett did with room, with space, took it almost 40 yards. So that was really good to see.
Yeah, Xavier Gibson would have fair caught it.
Yeah. That's another dude I think that'll be
too much room. It scares me.
Agreed. I don't know if Johnny Boy is still here, but I think a lot of people are probably still watching the game or some other reactors. What do you think about just starting our little thing now? And that buys us time. If people want to go back, they can, or they'll come in, as we're getting to the good stuff. What do you think of that?
Yeah, we can do that.
Let's do it. Yeah. So basically, guys, what I'm going to do is I have a little slideshow thing where we have 88 New York Jets that are currently on the active roster. Johnny, I put the link down there in case you want to join us. Just saying, we are going to go one by one, take turns, eliminating the worst guys we see on the list and work our way from 88. We'll maybe talk about each guy for 10 seconds, 30 seconds, whatever they're worth. So Corley, 2 seconds. No, I'm just kidding. And we'll eliminate 88 to 80 to 70 to 60, and then it's going to get tricky because it's like, do you want more wide receivers? Do you want more corners? Or do you want more O linemen? Or do you want more tight ends? It's going to be tricky at that point, but I don't think the first 20 or so will be. Let's get into it. Buy me a second here, Murph, and I'll get it going.
Yeah, like you said, we get down to that like 60, and then we got to drop that last 7. That's where it's really tough because we're greedy. We're greedy as Jets fans. We want to keep those 7, keep them, you know, because of course we try to see potential in every player that comes on the roster, even though they're outclassed by most players on other rosters. So whatever. It'll get tight towards the end. The beginning will be easy. I am going to mention if I'm eliminating a guy and I see him end up on the practice squad, I'm going to mention that, and I feel like Dane probably will as well. So, yeah.
I do want to ask you, like a lot of people do predictions. What they think Mougey will do. I think this should be more like what we would do. If Mougey adheres to it, that's cool. But like R53, what do you think of that? Because I think there are wiser people on the scheme, wiser people on like the usage so far through training camp. Whereas we're just like we get the nuggets and we go from there.
Yeah. This is us. This is the danger zone. This ain't the Mougey zone. We're saying what we're going to do, and this is going to be the best possible roster, okay? Without us making a shit ton of trades, because you know damn well if me or Dan got hold of this roster right now, we'd be making some calls. Throw them picks away. I don't care. I want to see winning football.
Before I absorb a shit ton of lag and have just difficulty responding quickly to people, we do have a guest in the green room. Why don't we bring them out and get their take on this Philly game, whatnot, and that'll buy me some time to get things ready. Sound good?
It's good with me.
All right, let's bring them out. Not a first-time caller. I think he is a second-time caller. See what he has to say for himself. The one, the only, Max.
What's up, guys? Can you guys hear me?
Good.
I didn't think the Jets played good. Brady Cook, he had a bad interception, and then Martinez also had a bad interception. I feel like the throw to Corley, I mean, that was really a bad pick, but I think Corley ran like a bad route, and I'm like, I do not think Malachi Corley is making the team. He just hasn't shown me anything. I've defended Corley. I thought he was going to be like the punt returner. Like, I thought he would make it as a punt returner, but I don't see it making the 53-man roster. He hasn't done anything. If players like Quentin Skinner and then is outplaying you in Pritchett, then he should make the 53-man roster. Who should make the team? I think Skinner should make it. He has a couple nice catches in the game. I feel like he had a really good touchdown against the Giants. I feel like Skinner should make the team. The 53 over Malachi Corley as like a wide receiver 5-6.
Yeah, Skinner played well tonight, especially in the final 2 minutes of the first half.
But Martinez had a bad picks. Who do you guys want as a backup? Like, do you think Martinez or Cook should be the backup? I feel like Martinez played better than Cook.
You know what? I think I need to know more. Like, is Tyrod ready to go week 1? No problems.
But what would you guys do if Tyrod has problems? Like, if he is not ready for week 1, what do you guys think we should do at the backup position?
I'm scanning the waiver wire to see who cuts quarterbacks.
I don't know. And McKee's on the market. I would like him because I don't know. I don't know. I think McKee's like a good backup. Like I don't know. I think because he's. I remember the broadcast says he's like too good to not play. He's so good that like he might be a starter somewhere. But I don't know if we get McKee though. I don't know. I would like it to happen because I feel like McKee is a really good backup quarterback.
So who is your top choice then, Martinez or McKee?
So I think I feel like McKee's better than Martinez. I'm not saying Martinez played bad, just he had a really bad interception today. But Martinez did play better than Cook. I think Cook is getting cut because I do not think Cook is that good. Like he had two bad interceptions.
I mean, Cook led to our only points tonight. That 2-minute offense he ran was phenomenal at the end of the first half.
I think it was good. I agree. It was good.
Yeah, I mean, he had 2 great runs on it and 3 passes that looked pretty difficult.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I mean, the one what's that receiver's name? That pass. I can't remember his name. It was like
was it Brandon Smith or was it Skinner?
Brandon Smith. Yeah, he had a nice pass on there.
The Jets scored as 19-11.
Who got the touchdown? The touchdown? Was it Skinner?
It was Toafili, the running back. Yeah. Somebody that's not going to make the roster probably. But yeah, he got like a 20-yard run for a touchdown, and then they got a 2-point conversion. I don't know what happened with that though.
And then my takeaway is I feel like the penalties are still a problem because we had 9 penalties. I mean on offense, I noticed like there was penalties like on defense. There was like a holding call. Like I remember the third quarter where like the safety, Jarvis Monroe, like that was not holding. Bro, the receiver like ran into him. It was not. I didn't think it was a holding call. Like the receiver basically ran into him. Like the Eagles receiver.
Who, if you grabbed the keys to this team and you had to choose the tight end room, what would you do?
So my tight end one would be Mason Taylor, and then Stone Swart would be tight end 2, and I feel like that could be tight end 3.
Yeah, so do I. But are you keeping no other ones?
I think Koontz can be on the practice squad. But I mean, I feel like Jeremy Ruckert hasn't shown me anything. He's gonna get cut.
Fair point. Koontz, I'm cutting Koontz as well. And shout out Joe Turbulence. I see you, brother, man. Yeah, I see. So, and let me ask you, what would you say to respond to a part of the fan base that's not a small sliver? The ones that just think we are cooked and we're probably going to win 5 or 6 games if we're lucky. What say you, Max?
I think look, I'm a little concerned about the penalties. I mean, I understand it is preseason, but I mean, I understand. But the Jets led the last years with the most penalties in the National Football League. I hope Glenn is. I mean, I understand it's preseason. I'm trying to be optimistic. I think we're still gonna win like 7-8 games. I mean, the second half of the schedule is going to be easier, but in my opinion, the penalties they need to go down for week 1 because some of the holding calls like bother me, bro. I was like I understand it's a football play, and then I feel like one of the penalties, the one with Jarvis Monroe and the Eagles player, should not have been a penalty. That holding call, the Eagles player literally ran into him. And most of our players are like third string who are not even making the team. But Membu had 2 penalties, which was bad. But to be fair, I don't think I saw like the second penalty, the guard like moved. So
correct.
So Membu had 1 penalty. So, but I do hope the penalties go down because if we want to win this year, the penalties need to go down.
And that's the thing. Like, and I can relate with Joe. And I see both sides of things. For one, the team is still a penalty magnet. You can't do that and play the style of football with this much margin for error that we expect to. There's not enough talent to cancel out the mistakes. So you're going to have to shore that up fast. The other thing is this team doesn't have enough talent. Like it doesn't. So we're a year away in the draft, maybe 2. you got to manufacture talent by just having exceptional offensive play calling and scheme, which the jury's out. And you kind of got to hope that you can just stay ahead of the chains and dominate the time of possession. The problem is this team is new in a lot of ways, new leadership. There's going to be growing pains, and the fan base that is negative has a reason to be. The ones that are positive, the problem is if the growing pains show up, those positive fans are going to spin and turn heel so fast and be toxic. Watch. So I just wish that there was more of a middle when it comes to the fan base, because there's a heavy bottom, there's probably a way heavier top, but there's really no middle. And come Halloween, come Thanksgiving, it's going to be a really heavy bottom, I think.
Yeah, I mean I agree with that. Yeah. I mean, as fans, we're emotional, right? Like we're invested in this team. We're more invested in this team than a lot of the players are. Maybe, I mean, we're not putting in the work like the players are, but like players are like, well, if you pay me more, I'll go there. Like, you know what I mean? But we're Jets fans for life, you know. So we're a little more emotionally invested in this team than others. So we tend to overreact and we tend to get upset whenever like they're just not showing us winning. We want to see winning. I haven't seen it in a long time. So I don't know.
But look, I'd rather have a 1-2 preseason record than being good in the preseason and then be crappy in the regular season.
Yes.
I'm with you. I'm just like a lot of fans that are positive are looking at that second half schedule and thinking, damn, they could go 5-3 down the stretch. However, what if you start 2-6 and like the team is in a position where it's like, okay, we got to see our real underbelly. You know what I mean? Like you got to be still in a spot to compete by the time the second half of that schedule comes. That's the only problem. And I wish we would have seen this team with Fields in there more, passing the ball a little. So that we could be a little more confident. But right now, we've seen zero of a passing game.
But at least the Jets are trying to look for the market and get a wide receiver too, which is, I think, good. There are a couple options, on the market. I think Pierce can be good. They're talking about Alex Pierce. I mean, it could work, But
yeah,
and then
Mougey has shown that he's not afraid to make a move. So hopefully he does for wide receiver.
the only thing is with Tyler McLaurin is like the thing is you have to give away a significant draft capital. You might have to give away a player. I mean, I feel like because I've heard the Commanders trade Brian Robinson, so they might ask for Breece Hall in the trade if we get Tyler McLaurin. So, I mean, I really want the Jets to get McLaurin because we definitely need a wide receiver too. But if we can't get McLaurin, the next possible options. So Amari Cooper. I mean, there are a lot of Jets fans who don't like the move. I mean, I understand he used to be a good player. He's past his prime, but in Cleveland, he had the worst quarterback situation, Deshaun Watson, and then on the Buffalo Bills. He played like maybe 6 games. He was trying to get a connection with Josh Allen. You know what? I think Amari Cooper could be a really good wide receiver too. This offense.
I'm pretty sure he retired.
Well, here let me interject because I do want to say this. Murph and I have been saying he retired for like 2 months now because everybody was saying he retired, and then I finally got tired of fans suggesting we sign him, and I'm like, I got to go and find these retirement tweets. So I went and looked, and little did I find out the last few days that the retirement tweet that everybody took and ran with was from like a Adam Scheffler.
Oh.
So yeah,
got bamboozled. Well, my mistake, Max.
That's mine too, because I've been saying it for 2 months, man, and I never actually went and confirmed it myself. So he is still working on a comeback. He still needs a team, but I would much rather lean on your first suggestion, and that's Alec Pierce, man. I've loved watching that kid, or maybe like Jacoby Myers.
They're not giving up Jacoby Myers.
They are.
The Raiders have.
You're right. Brock Bowers, baby.
Well, I mean, at wide receiver though.
I got you. Let me ask you here. I got a chat. I want to ask you on this. Joe Turbulence chiming in. Great guy to follow on Twitter if you haven't already. Check him out. He says, all seriousness, if this offensive coordinator can make Justin Fields look competent, then at least you know you have a play caller. If he can get this, I don't know that word, to look okay. If he can get this something to look barely above poverty, then we have a play caller. Yeah, you know what, that would be more than we've had in a while. So is that enough for you guys to build toward the future?
I agree. So, I mean, if Justin Fields looks good, and if we were on a Ravens style offense like how we do with Lamar Jackson, I think Fields can turn around his career. X-Ray, I feel like could be a good play caller. I don't know. I just feel like Hackett was the worst play caller I've ever seen. He makes Adam Gase look like Sean McVay. So if X-Ray can make Fields look competent and like a good quarterback, I think X-Ray could be. I think he'll be a good play caller.
Yeah, it'll be a good sign. It'll be good if he can make Justin Fields look competent. That'll be a good sign. But I don't think that means that we should be interested in re-signing Justin Fields at that point. I think that means that you have a good play caller, and now's the time. Whenever you try to give him like a young, talented quarterback that he can build with and build a system with, and really mold into something that could end up being, a stud maybe in the future. But yeah, we need a competent OC. God, we haven't had a good offense in so long.
Max, we got another caller behind you. Any final takes before we let you go?
So I think the rushing attack is going to be better than last year because I feel like so far in the preseason I've noticed that the rushing attack has gotten a lot better from last year. There's more the running back. I feel like X-Ray's making a better rushing offense. And with this rushing offense, we can with Justin Fields, it'll be better for the play action.
Hey, I agree, man. Max, do you like the nickname Tuesch?
Yes, I love that nickname. Everyone calls me that in school.
All right, man. You're Tuesch from now on. Hey, thanks for calling in tonight, brother. Have a good weekend.
Sounds good.
Later. Tuesch the man. We have a caller. Like I said, but before we do, I want to chime in on Joe. I don't know how long we have him in the chat. It's always good to spit it with people who have honest takes that are their own. And Turbulence always has his own takes, man. He also sings "Zombie" really good.
Oh, that's the guy. Okay.
Yes, sir. All right. Number one objective, he says, is to get a quarterback. Be as bad as you can be to get your guy. And I get that. Nothing changes in this league for any team unless they have a coach and a quarterback. The rest falls in line. Thoughts on that, Murph?
Well, I tend to agree with that, but nothing is so cut and dry. I mean, you're not going to win a Super Bowl. Like, you can have an excellent quarterback and an excellent coach. It doesn't guarantee you a Super Bowl, though. You know what I mean? Like, you still have to have a good team around them, but that's where you start. I mean, you're not likely going to win anything if you don't have a good quarterback and coach. So I've been preaching this for years. Like, we've always been weak at QB. So I don't and we've always been weak as a team. I mean, so like not as a team, but like our wins and losses over the past freaking 10, 15 years, it's horrible. And we also haven't had a quarterback. So you put 2 and 2 together, it's 4, man. Like, get a good quarterback, and then you'll start seeing the wins roll in. It doesn't mean you're going to win a Super Bowl. It takes a lot to win a Super Bowl, but that's where you get started. So yes, Joe, I agree with you, but at the same time, like, once you get that coach and quarterback, like, you still have to have a good, like Mougey needs to be doing the right things to build around him.
Facts. There's a lot of Fields discourse we can have the next couple weeks. Like, is he going to put us in a no man's land scenario and you know, stuff like that. It's tough, man, because I preached it before. I think he has one of the higher floors of anyone we've had in a while because his rushing is just going to keep us in games that we probably shouldn't be in. Is that going to ultimately doom us if we can't also win games that, you know, the other kind of games? That's the thought. But there's talk about that, about finding your QB and pairing it with a coach that I think this next caller could give us some insight on what he thinks of his young QB. And then there's also chatter in the chat, which I love that. I had to Google him, but I love that.
Can't believe you had to
There's
Google.
also
That's disappointing.
yeah. There's also
All
chatter in the chat about the Mets possibly choking away a game. So that definitely says this next caller is calling at the perfect time. So let's bring him out, man. Bring him out. The one, the only Mets.
Mets
2128.
actually won
Did we win?
12-7. In spite of Mendoza's attempt to sabotage by bringing Hesley in the ninth with an 8-run lead.
Dude, Hell's Bells is rough.
And again, when you have a skinflint who goes with cost-cutting and reformation projects for a rotation and a gambling psychopath for a manager, what do you expect?
Is that team going to give you an aneurysm at some point, Mets?
It might drive me to seppuku.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I'm more interested in your Jackson Dart take. Do you have one?
He's good, but good enough to make third string, at worst, second string at best for the Giants, because he's not, if he does play, it's in junk garbage time at worst. I mean, at best, at worst, if either Wilson, Winston, or both get hurt. Throwing the fact now that the other teams you're going to be playing, including New England, have tape to study on him. Should he get put under center?
If you are the
point
coach,
is
if you're the coach, does he play this year at all?
if I can help it, no, because I don't want what happened to Daniel Jones in 2019, where he basically got thrown to the wolves because this was the last year of Eli Manning's career. Almost instantly happening to Jack.
Hey, same as Zach Wilson, man. We cooked him way too fast instead of letting him simmer.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, it's not the first rookie quarterback that we've seen do well in the preseason. Like,
True.
I have to be reserved in my judgment of preseason ball, man.
I mean, that's my point too, Murph. I mean, I'm just saying that with the Giants, you saw what happened to Daniel Jones. Like, threw him out there, third game of the year, basically threw him to the wolves in 2019. And once they pivoted from Shermer to Judge, his career never recovered, and now he's off in the out in the glue factory.
Glue factory. All right. Well, I think it's interesting. Like, they got like three quarterbacks that can all play as it is anyway. So for Dart to even get any time is going to be kind of wild. I think that the Giants are trying to play it smart and trying to sit him, and that's the right thing.
Yeah. As for the Jets, I mean, I don't know how it's going to play out. I mean, tonight was just garbage for them. I mean, granted, this is the one team, and they've only beaten once in the regular season. The old saying, only a brick wall can stop you. Its name is the effing Eagles. And the Jets don't play the Eagles all that often. But even when they do in the regular season, they usually get their asses handed to them. The only time they beat them back in 23, you could attribute to pure dumb luck.
Yeah. Hey, only we hadn't beat them ever until, Saleh came around.
True.
You know.
Just saying, it was basically dumb luck when you think about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
No one expected Jalen Hurts to have that much of an off day.
Yeah. Yeah. And honestly, I think like Zach Wilson was kind of doing his thing that day, wasn't he? Like at least for a half.
But the fact that up until the final 2 minutes, the Jets were getting nothing but field goals.
Yeah.
We
had our starting 2 corners out that game too. I remember that now.
Yeah, but I'm just saying,
DJ Reed and Sauce was out.
The fact that that 4 of the 5 scoring drives for the Jets basically boiled down to field goals was probably the most frustrating thing about that win. Because Zach Wilson couldn't force it into the end zone from the red.
Mets, let me ask you something. If you had to describe something that makes you belly laugh, what would it be?
Any of the crap put out by YouTube personalities to review shitty games? or all the nostalgia critic videos?
Okay, fair. I feel like shots were fired with that last one. I like it.
So Mets, I gotta know. Preseason is about wrapped up. We only got like 3 minutes left in the Jets game. As far as the Jets are concerned, can you give me a player or two that either just absolutely sold you and you want them on the roster, or absolutely disappointed you and you want them off the roster?
Sadly, I can't. I sadly can't in either direction. Mostly because I don't pay attention to the preseason all that much.
Yeah.
I mean, down here in Carolina, this team hasn't won a effing preseason game in years.
Dude, Ted McMillan and Leggett together, I think is going to be good for the next 5 years.
Maybe.
How do you
question from the
fan?
Yeah. There you go.
I'm technically a Mets Giants fan, but by all accounts, yeah, I can understand the misery at question, Joe. It is a nightmare at times.
Oh man.
Do you also like?
I've got him basically under the gun. He screws it up like he did last year because it was pure sabotage on his part out of spite. He screws up this year. I'm pulling the trigger and firing him.
Could you imagine being a fan of that team?
The Pirates? No. Then again,
Dable is on warning.
The bulk of the minor league ball clubs down here are owned by the White Sox. Your White Sox affiliates.
I used to like the White Sox when I was a kid. I just always liked their logo and stuff and their hats. I never paid attention.
I like, dude, when they had Frank Thomas. Oh, they were nasty, man.
Yeah, I used to get Cubs and White Sox games down here until WGN pulled the plug on the Cubs a few years ago. Go nationally, and the White Sox stick to NBC, to the Chicago brand NBC Sports branch. Like a decade ago when they cut the plug on that.
Yeah, dude, I missed the 2000s when it was WGN and TBS and TNT. You get all kind of games. I was in Ohio, and we got a lot of Braves, White Sox,
I live in
Cubs.
North Carolina. I also got a lot of Braves, Cubs, White Sox. But since the Cubs and White Sox pulled the plug, most of the time now it's either Braves, Orioles, Nationals, or Reds of all teams.
Ugh. Hey, all right. 2 things, Mets, before we let you go. If that you spoke of a gun, I'm going to ask you this: gun to your head, who wins the Super Bowl? Who wins the World Series?
I don't have a lot of hope in either the Giants or the Jets this year. I'm going to be honest on that.
Fair.
I'm going to say World Series goes to the Lions, mostly to appease my brother-in-law.
Well, we got to do that. Yeah, I got you.
And the World Series, I could see either the Dodgers or the Brewers or the Blue Jays.
Whoever gets hot in October, basically.
Yeah.
Dude, I love it, Mets. Along with your calls, man. Keep calling in. Have a good weekend, brother.
You too.
All right, later.
I
He
timed
has,
that as if it was like swiping him away. It was weird. Anyway,
dude. Brian Dable better watch his back, man.
yeah, it's crazy though. Like him having a rookie quarterback right now. It's like, does he have the leash to let him sit? I just,
You know, I think that you know what I hope to happen. I hope that Russ starts 4-2, and then they just pull him for Dart.
yeah, that sounds familiar. It really sounds familiar. And then Russ goes to the Jets. No, yeah, I agree. Hey, there was a point in time where we were all clamoring for Russ before he went to Denver. We were clamoring for the guy. Oh shoot.
Dude, Yeti killing it in the chat. Hey, Joe, chiming back in. Smash that like button. Dane and Murph, class acts. Always a great show. Dane's beard is worth the like, man. Hey, this is a playoff beard for the Jets. So you have to stick around and see how long this thing gets. It's been, hell, I think it's been a year, Murph.
Has it? Well,
I
it's
think
been a lot
now.
longer for the Jets. So can you
Hey,
imagine what your beard would look like?
yeah, if I started 14 years ago, I'd be Zach Wilder, eat your heart out, brother.
Oh, you'd have been ZZ Top at the very least.
um, I will say I don't want mine to overshadow yours, brother. Looking mighty thick. Um, will your possible role change at work affect that at all?
Nah, we're allowed to have beards. Back in the day, they used to be a bit more conservative and stringent with the rules, and you couldn't. It'd be clean shaven and yeah, black polishable shoes, and it's the whole thing back in the day. But not anymore. They're way more chill. Thank God, because like I have tattoos and stuff. Like that would have been. I wouldn't have had the job otherwise.
Dude, a lot of people with tattoos, there was a time when like they always had to wear like long sleeves and high collars to hide their tats and shit. It's crazy how it's changed. Now you got like yesterday I was thinking of this because like it was an infomercial for a guy's like business and he was just decked in tats and like there was a time when you would hire a boring ass person to do that commercial because just the stigma surrounded by tattoos. Like, who's gonna order windows from this dude that looks like a felon? That was the vibe. Now, I'm glad we've opened our minds in that way. Maybe not
Yeah,
every way, but that way for sure.
yeah,
We got some comments. I do appreciate that when you put up, dude, smashing the like. I do because Joe doesn't always get the chance to chat, but to know that he's watching even when he doesn't that means a lot, man. That does. Especially anyone else over there on Twitter. I think we had Lil Woody chime in earlier. Sick name, by the way. Do you drive a big truck? I'd like to know. Dude, love
it's
it.
bricked up.
Chat. The cool thing about Restream as opposed to StreamYard, Restream, there's a bot somewhere that grabs Twitter comments and puts them into the YouTube chat so YouTube viewers can actually see the chats. Whereas when you use StreamYard, you have no idea what the Twitter people are saying unless you or I highlight it. So that's cool. But just know that come on over to YouTube anytime. Spike the like button like Joe Turbulence says. Subscribe though, because as we had on the screen a few minutes ago, boom. We're just trying to get to 500. We're not trying to get to 1,000. and we need 47 more. It's kind of a light night. I don't expect that number to move at all tonight, but by week 1, man, I think we're going to be really close. Fingers crossed. All right, enough of that selling myself. The wrong website for that.
Yeah.
There's some other
Only
comments worthy.
Danes. We are at the just a little update for anyone that's not watching the game, and I'm not watching either, but I am keeping an eye on the game cast. So if you guys see me, keep looking over here. Jets have the ball back. They stopped Philly. Philly punted it. Pritchett 22-yard return. We are on their side of the field already, and it's 2-minute warning, 2nd and 2 us. But we're down by 2, so we need a field goal to win.
2-minute warning. We should put Brady Cook back in.
Well, I mean, to be fair, offense has been moving since they had Martinez in there, so I got to give it to him. I still think he's booty cheeks too, though. I think we're just up against. I think he's up against the Philly 5th stringers now. So
I think Joe said it earlier. Everybody looks good going against homeless people or soon to be homeless people. But hey, you know what? I'm sure everyone in that locker room wants a win against the defending champs, no matter the stakes, man. Just to punch Philly in the mouth while you can. Not that anyone will care.
Yeah. Speaking of homeless people, this is off Jets topic, but you see the where oh shoot, why does his name escape me? Carolina Panthers took him to the Super Bowl, fumbled it, didn't dive on it. Quarterback, what's his name? I'm forgetting. It's off.
Cam Newton.
Yep. Cam Newton was on an interview or something like that, and he was talking, complaining about how he can't provide for his children like he used to because he's not in the league anymore. Those game checks aren't rolling in, and he's borderline broke at this point. He made $133 million in his career, and he's over here complaining about that. I just thought that was funny.
Dude, that's asinine, man.
If
like
I
that
got 8
makes
kids, it's like pull out, dude. What do you want? I mean, save or pull out, one or the other.
Dude, I just wonder how much I cost my parents from the age of 0 to 18. I bet you it was far less than $1 million. And then times it by 8 kids. I think Cam has like another 100 million that he shouldn't have blown.
Well, I think he should probably sell, like, some of those absolutely ridiculous outfits that he used to always wear. Always had to have some new, just absolutely over the top, ridiculous, probably overly expensive outfit that he'd wear to every interview, every post game. Yeah. I know that they have like money management stuff in the NFL nowadays, teaching these players. Like, there's no excuse.
Joe says they let us have beards now too. He's a cop. He says up to 2 inches though, with a note. And I gave up on boots 15 years ago. Nike Air Max all day.
Nice. That's awesome. I didn't realize. I thought they I thought police still had to it was either mustache or nothing. Like, I didn't know that they're allowed to have a little facial hair now. That's awesome.
Hell yeah.
I think the military's starting to lighten up on that too. It's a new age.
To me, it's like, do whatever you want. I don't even care if you smoke weed, but like your performance. If your performance suffers, man, that's on you, not on your weed, not on your beard. It's just you know how to do your job best. Do it. Like I wish we were more like that. I know that doesn't work with all jobs. Don't get me wrong, but for the most part, I'm talking.
Yeah, it's just I don't know, like especially with the marijuana thing. Like, if you let it affect your performance, that's on you. Like you said, Dane, it boils down to you because I've met a lot of people that can work great, when they, smoke marijuana daily or whatever. And then I've met some people that just take it too far and they get too blitzed out of their minds, and then they're sitting there staring at a wall for 20 minutes, wasting company time or whatever it may be. But yeah, I don't know. It boils down to people. I'll tell you what, the working class right now is not the most motivated.
It's not, man. And as minimum wage rises, you're getting to like $14 an hour in some states. It's just crazy. When I started working, dude, it was $5, and I worked my ass off for like 100 a week. Like, crazy. Anyways, dude, do you have a final for us, or how's that looking before we segue to our little thingy here?
Not there yet. Last play, 4th and 10. Adrian Martinez, deep pass right to Quentin Skinner, ran out of bounds at Philly 18 for 24 yards. Penalty
Nice.
on Quentin Skinner, face mask, offsetting, enforced to Philly 42, no play. Penalty on Philly B. Johnson, defensive holding, offsetting. So it was a good play, but it got canceled out because those two were tussling, I guess. But once again, I mean, Quentin Skinner, he's out there doing it, dude.
Dude, he's making a case for Mougey to keep him. Will he make a case for the Danger Zone live crew to keep him? Stick around to find out.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Let Scott, if you want to read this comment from Scott Murphh, I'm gonna get my Google slide going here.
1650 in Cali. I think 20 if you work fast food. Talking about minimum wage, that's absolutely crazy. Technically, I'm pretty sure that the federal minimum wage is still $7.25 an hour. So these states are just kind of doing their own thing. I think here in West Virginia, it's like $8.50 or $8.75. It's not much higher than whenever I was making minimum wage at $7.25. So, but yeah, some of these states are going crazy with it. But they also, Cali is probably way more expensive to live in than West Virginia is. So I don't know. It all settles itself out, I guess. You already put the final in? Oh yeah, they got the ball. Okay. Yep. So game over. Almost had to come back. I think Dane's lagging, maybe. There we go. Okay. Getting it set up. Okay. Cool. Yep. So guys, once again, lost, but it's a preseason game. Who cares? When it boils down to it, you see like teams like the Chiefs and stuff go 0-3 in the preseason, or 0-4 back when it was 4 games. It doesn't matter. What matters is when the regular season kicks off and how these players and coaches do their thing whenever the stakes are actually high. 1505 in Oregon, 1405 in rural Oregon. I like how that's different because it's just straight up like 875 everywhere in West Virginia. But I guess everywhere is kind of rural.
16, I think 16 is Portland, so like the main places. But enough of the finances. You want to hit this one real quick, Murph?
Midnight Mike. What's up, Mike? Martinez played well at the end. I'd take him over Cook any day. Dude, they're both booty cheeks. Like, I'm not buying into a little late surge playing against Philly fifth stringers. I think that'd be a great name for a band, Philly fifth stringers. Like maybe banjos and stuff going on. little bluegrass, like a bluegrass band, Philly Fifth Stringers. Hell yeah. Anyway, Martinez, like, okay, the dude, he's athletic. So is 40% of the quarterbacks in the league nowadays. I don't know. He made a couple good plays, but he's playing against nobody. Brady Cook looked good his first snaps in the preseason too. So I don't know. It's Zach Wilson looked good in the preseason. I can't take it too seriously, one way or another. But to me, I'm just hoping and praying that Tyrod is healthy by week 1. That's my big thing. Because if he is, I think we just roll him with 2. Mike saying, I can't believe I still watched the entirety of this final preseason game. I should have given up this by now. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't watch it. I didn't have the NFL Plus or whatever you needed. And I wasn't really that concerned to go and log in and create a profile or do any of that stuff.
Dude, there was a couple players to watch tonight, but the Jets as a whole, it was rough. I will say, like, one of my biggest gripes on Saleh in that final year, man, was this. That's my Saleh impression on the sideline. Okay, are you ready for my Glenn one? Like, really, dude, that's all we're going to get? Hey, hopefully it's just a sign because it's the preseason, man, and he's got his cronies doing what he needs to be done. But when our team needs a fire under their ass, I don't want to just see this, man. I don't.
Yeah. Well, hey, the hands behind the back kind of felt more aggressive, though. I'm not going to lie. It did have a little more. This is too laid back.
Listen, this is an F.
I can't believe Mom made me eat my vegetables.
I can't believe Joe Douglas still has me employed.
Yeah. I can't believe we only paid Dalvin Cook $13 million.
Oh shit. Hey, chat is still, the chat could detour us another 20 minutes. I'm just going to let them chat. So we can get this rolling, man. And once I start sharing the screen, it's kind of hard to stop and start and stop. So let's just get into it, man. And I just want to tell the people joining us late, as we've had 154 people check in on us so far tonight. 150 though. Well, I'd say a little more, but 150 from Twitter have popped their head in. Maybe not for long, but they popped their heads in. We got 8 watching now on YouTube and some that have already joined and left. But if you're here now, I just want to say we are about to form a final 53 Danger Zone live edition here, live Dano with Murph, our Friday night show. Him and I, we're going to put our heads together and go from 88 guys down to 88, which is what we have right now, down to 53. But there's going to be guys that him and I disagree about, or they're just like neck and neck guys. In that scenario, I am going to, if Murph can give us some filler monologue, I'm going to jump to YouTube and throw a poll up in the chat, and I'm going to say, hey guys, JBC or Stiggers? And you guys are going to decide that. But I do more of that. We just can't stop every 2 seconds for that. But like the key ones you will be chiming in on. Also, hey, if I cut Mevis right off the bat, tell me why that's stupid, or tell me why you agree. Just here chilling with us on a Friday night, man, Danger Zone style, like we've done so many times before. Let's get into it, Murph. And I will give you first dibs. What we'll do, we'll start because I have offense on one, defense on one, specials on another. Let's just hit one slide for a little bit, chisel out some, then we can rotate, like go to another one, chisel out some, and then we'll see where we're at. And then we'll go and we'll really hit the final stretch. Does that sound good?
Hey, that works for me.
You also don't have to hit the 88th guy first, but I would maybe avoid like a guy you have in the high 50s for, obvious, yes, but you don't have to rank them in order is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. That works. Hey, that works for me. I'm still going Alan Lazard first though, so I'm just kidding. Where'd my pen go? Damn it.
All right. Hopefully you can see that. Hopefully I am not bugging on my end. But I'm gonna, hey, like I said, throw it to Murph. You do your thing, bro. If you can just chime maybe why or if it's not too obvious what you're doing, cutting someone. But you got to look them in your face and tell them no.
Gladly. So I'm going to pick all small guys that I think maybe I can have a somewhat chance at in a fight. No, I think the first name that pops off to me is pretty easy. I think Pokey. We're taking Pokey out. Tell him to go poke another team about trying to get a job.
Okay, I like it. Ricky New York might not, but I do. All right. Ooh, okay. Well, it's a bad sign if I don't even know your name. I do. I did go through the roster today, and I formed this slideshow. I made sure I included everybody. This guy I never heard of until this moment, and that is Neil Johnson, tight end. These are color coordinated too, by the way. Just a heads up. But yeah, N Johnson in the cyan color there. Sorry, bro. You're out of here.
All right, cool, because I haven't heard of him either. I think it makes sense next to go and probably. Oh, okay, yeah. We got to get rid of Fornadell. How dare you have one penalty in the preseason? You're cut.
I got you. Help me monitor the chat if you can, and
Okay,
I will do my thing because it's on two different screens. All right. I just want to take a moment to say, Beck, you're chilling right there, brother. Just sit tight. You might be there all night, okay? But you're safe, brother. I'm just kidding. We'll see. We'll see about you, brother. You know what? We might keep a million running backs, but this guy isn't one of them. This is a 53 prediction or our own 53. It's not a prediction, but our 53. This guy is not on mine. I don't think he's on yours, but Toa Feely. Sorry, brother. You're out of here.
You stole my next guy. you stole my next guy. Damn it. But hey, that's a good choice. So far, we're on the same page, and this is early too. Now it's going to get real spicy when we get down to 53. I was messed up there for a minute. I was like, who the hell is Smitty? Like, we got two Smitties? Like, what? Now I understand. Yeah. I think next we should go. We're going to save some of these receivers for now. Let's get rid of one of these quarterbacks. Let's just knock it out. I'm not a fan of Martinez, but I think Cook is the obvious option. Like, the dude was, he doesn't have like a high draft pedigree or anything like that. Why not just go ahead and cut him? But I would not be surprised if he ends up on the practice squad. It kind of depends on whether they keep two or three quarterbacks, whether he does or not. But I think he does have a chance at being on the practice squad. We're going to cut Cook.
Blasphemy. Hey, you know what? It's
How
your
dare his
choice.
first be Brady? That's the main reason right there.
Oh, that's all I needed to hear, man. I just want to reiterate, man. We're not doing two separate lists. This is a tandem list. I'll just say that I'll probably cut someone you don't want to cut. I would have Cook ahead of Martinez. Maybe I'm one man on an island saying that, but I liked what I saw tonight in a hurry up offense. I think that he could develop. But I'm not convinced we even keep a third quarterback. So I don't really care. Cut Cook. Let's do it. Let me do that now. The chat's fired up. They want to cut a few guys, but I think there's still some fat we need to trim before we get to the real juicy stuff.
Some of those people are later cuts. Then we're getting rid of these no-name guys. Well, Cook's not. We're getting rid of these real no-name guys first.
You know what? So you said Cook. I'm gonna say that the next guy I have getting shafted is gonna be Samuel Jackson.
Okay. Yeah.
You see what I did there?
Yeah. I got you. Let's get these motherfucking snakes off this motherfucking roster. Anyway.
Damn right.
I think the next way we got to go. I know he made a good catch tonight and stuff like that, but dude, we're talking about preseason, week 3. I don't know. We're going to get rid of Miller.
Is that help me out? The wide receiver, right?
Wide receiver, yeah.
Dymere Miller. You've been cut by the DayngerZone Jets. There's a Uber out front for you, brother, but you got to pay for it.
We called him for you, but you got to pay him.
Shit, that's
a good one, Barney.
Let's see. Well, what'd he say? I'm on 3 screens away, man.
Oh, Barney said, he said, "What's in my wallet? Nothing. You're cut."
That is good. That is. Another guy. Again, we had 90 guys. We probably each know 70 or 75 if we're lucky. I got to get rid of Hayes, man. I'm sorry, Hayes. You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Yeah. Damn. Because that's kind of where I was looking next. Who is Chuck? Is that short for something?
That's Chukwuma Okorafor.
Okay. Yeah, no, we're not cutting him. Not yet. I'm still not quite ready to drop any of these receivers or running backs. I think we're going to have to drop the foreign dude, the Weigand, or Wagand. I don't know how you pronounce his name.
Yeah,
but he could be a practice squad guy, potentially,
because
I feel like that they were kind of excited about bringing him in, but I don't think that they actually think he's got a chance to perform this year. I think they want to train him up a bit, so they might stash him on the practice, but I think he's gone off the roster.
He is an interesting case study because, like you said, he came in from overseas on that recruitment program. He was our choice. I think Laval is an interesting case study. I think he came from like the CFL or the UFL. I'm not going to cut him this second, but I think that he's not long to hit. I think he's a practice squad candidate, possibly. We'll see if he's a danger zone practice squad, but oh man, we are running out of the real fat parts.
Now it's going to start getting a little spicier.
Now we might anger some of the chat. Ooh, we're not building. You know what? We never said we were gonna build a practice squad, so I'm not gonna think like that. I am gonna choose the 53, and I hate to say it, man. Dude, you might hate me for this, but
I probably am going to hate you for this.
Donovan Edwards.
Get out of here. Come on.
Are you not keeping Wangwu?
No, I'm definitely keeping Wangwu and cutting Edwards. I just wanted to give you shit.
You scared me, bro. I'm like, did I fuck this all up already? We're only 10 picks in.
No, but I will say that Edwards, if there is a dude on this offense that I think is a lock for the practice squad, I think it's Donovan Edwards. I really do. I think
If he
showed
makes
enough.
it that far.
Yeah, well, I guess
I mean, you're right. He's going to have a job. He's not going home, you know? He's not.
Yeah. So this next one for me is one that I'm very excited about. Finally trimmed away a good bit of the fat, and I can get to this guy without any qualms at all. Cut Xavier Gibson. He's gone. He's gone. I'm not necessarily crazy about what I've seen from Pritchett, but he's made a couple, he's at least shown us more than Gibson has at this point. So therefore Gibson goes first. Gone.
Didn't you see that walk-off home run he had?
3 years ago? So 3 years ago now? I don't know. Yeah. Gone. That was a weird game, dude. Like, that safety that we got from Tampa Bay, and I've literally already forgotten his name. He had like 3 picks that game, and Xavier Gibson gets that, come on.
Whitehead.
This is a weird game for mid-ass players to be performing.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait, is it Jordan Whitehead?
Yes.
What do you think, man? Do we leave it here and come back?
So we got 6 receivers, 11 linemen, 4 tight ends, and 4 running backs, utility guy, and 3. Yeah. Let's flip.
We got 41, I believe.
There will probably still be 2 or 3 players cut off of this. Probably 3, maybe 3 or 4. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see as we go.
Yeah, it's a lot of receivers. All right, let's flip over.
I don't know where I was getting my math at.
My math might be. We need Chris B tonight to keep track of some of this. But you know what? Let's just keep going, and I will stop us and count them up at one. At a smart point. But right now, let's do it. Let's go to the defense again. Color coordinated, kind of by area of the defense, not by so we have in white-ish the corners in yellow, safeties. Now there might be some blending. Blue, you have the linebackers, and then green is the trenches. So, Murph, did you go? You did the last one or me?
I cut Xavier Gibson last. Did you do anybody after that? I don't think you did.
I did not. So, I think I know what I'm going to do first. I'm gonna pick our Boog, flick him. Boog Smith, you're out of here.
Stick him to the wall. All right, makes sense because I was looking at that and I'm like, what? It's like,
just you gotta just rub them into the carpet really hard.
There's a few guys like that. We're just moving on from picking our Boog. I'm gonna say Goodrich? Don't even know who it is, to be honest with you.
Dude, I am so tired of Goodrich.
Are you? Are you? Huh. I was didn't even know he was an exhausting person, but okay.
I'm gonna go with his partner in crime there, McAllister. I only know one McAllister, and it's Kevin.
That's right, dude. Every time I hear McAllister, Kevin's the first name pops up in my head. Absolutely. Just looking at those D linemen. Wow, there's a lot of them. Holy cow. I don't know where I want to go next. I think. All right, we're gonna get rid of my guy. I hate to say it, but Mulva's gone. That defensive tackle room is quite a bit deeper now than it was, 2 days ago or 3 days ago, whatever it was.
I have a feeling, like Jake says here, a lot of easy ones in the trenches. He'll be sad if we traded for 2 DTs and have to lose LT3. It's a lot of acronyms there, but I get it. Keep him, LOL. You know what? I think we will keep maybe someone like that. I think we'll also practice squad the guys who really look promising. Who knows, man? Maybe Mulba is one of those. But for now, he is cut from the DZ53.
I had to mull it over, but he's gone.
Am I rubbing off on you? Ain't I? The terrible jokes. I like it.
I was already a horrible person before you, Dane.
So many terrible dad jokes in this episode. I'm gonna have to weave them all together. All right, this guy does not have motor like a great lawnmower has, like his name might suggest. But I'm gonna have to cut this Briggs guy that I never even heard of because he doesn't have Stratton with him.
Well, hold on. You mean the dude that we just traded for?
Oh, is that Jawan?
That's Jawan.
Damn. Okay, he's not cut. Never mind.
All right, I thought so. I thought you were
his. Yeah, no, I was.
He's new. Give Dane a break there.
That's why I never heard of him. I was working. Yeah, all right. Like Jake said, a lot of fat to trim on the D line. Jonathan, another guy I never heard of. Briggs, I've heard of 2 days ago and forgot already. Jonathan, I never heard of.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a guy I was eyeing too. I was like, I don't know who Jonathan is. Yeah, so let's just get rid of him. So I think we need to stick in the trenches. But the whole point of this is we're cutting guys and we're moving on to the next. So there's only one way to move on to the next, and you got to turn the page. I couldn't help it, Dane. I'm sorry. Hazel, I know. Just wait until I come visit sometime. You are going to be so sick of Dane. You're going to be so sick of
We are. Let me just take a beat though. Like Paige has splashed a few times, but not enough to be on our 53. He might have made it a lot further than now, but he would not have made it to top 60, I don't think, for either one of us. So Peyton Page, maybe the coaching staff thinks he's worthy of a practice squad spot, but That's not our problem. That's not our problem.
Well, the thing is you got to compare them, right? You have to sit there and look. Okay, so Peyton Page versus Quentin, no. Peyton Page versus LT3, probably not. Peyton Page versus either of the two guys we just traded for, not likely. We gave up draft capital for him. Peyton Page versus Super Bowl winning Derek Nottie, not likely. Peyton Page versus Tufele. Tufele made some big plays too, not likely. Peyton Page versus Cowart. Cowart was the big name all offseason. People were saying, "Oh, he's going to start next to Quentin." I don't know about that, but he had some smoke for a reason. So no, I mean, somebody's got to go in that interior D line room, you know. So to me, it makes sense to turn the page. Should let Fancer try the 60-yarder. yeah, we probably should have, Greg. Why not? Why not? Just let any random person on the team try. You never know. You never know. Yeah, dude. Phillips, Jake. I saw Phillips earlier. I'm like, who the hell's Phillips? It took me a minute. I always think Harrison. Harrison felt like, yeah. I don't know. I think of Harrison when I think of the Vikings because there was like two Harrisons. But yeah, I don't know. Either way, glad to have him, and he's not cut. We turned the page, and now it's on to you, Dane.
All right. And I guess I should have stated this sooner, but it might help if you look at those green names as across the line in order, and then some of their backups underneath them. I tried to do. There was also a ton of them, so it didn't all work out that way. But dude, a lot of tough choices here because Noddy and Cowart were like poised to be locks, and then they just didn't do shit. Now we traded for 2 DTs. You know what? I'm going to leave the trenches for a moment, and I'm just going to go with an obvious one, and that's Weston. Got to cut Weston, man.
Okay, that makes sense. You're really trying to leave the other one to me, aren't you? Yeah, it's not happening. He'll be the last man left on the roster before I do it because I don't want to get any shit from our buddy. So I think we gotta. There's not many that were. There's maybe this may be the only one we're cutting out of this room, but I'm gonna take out Jay Clark, not D Clark, Jay Clark out of the cornerback room. I don't think he had much of a chance from the get go. Maybe he'll end up on the practice squad. I have no idea.
I like it. I like it a lot. Man, you got some guys that are going to be scrappy for those final spots. I'm just looking ahead, man, and we got our work cut out for us the next 30 minutes or so. Chat, be ready because we are going to throw a poll or two your way. It's coming. For now, this is our 53, and regardless, I've seen this guy make others 53s. You know what? No, I don't have to jump there yet. Fletcher, you're out of here.
That's where I was going next. You keep beating me to it. Okay. That makes sense. Hey, it's a name, right? But it's also an ancient name, and we haven't heard anything regarding this man. So it seems like it was a camp body, like, hey, let's get him one last paycheck for camp or something. I don't know. It's a little signing bonus, whatever. We are starting to get interesting now. Yeah. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take off D Clark now because I don't think either of the Clark guys are gonna get it. But I do like this Clark better than the other. I just think that we really want to keep 4 safeties, guys, and it's pretty obvious which ones they're going to. Ooh, Monroe might go too.
Do you want to throw Monroe versus D Clark into the chat?
Yeah, let's do that. I don't know
Because
why I
that's
overlooked him.
tough. That's tough. And I don't know how many we have in the chat.
I actually like
7.
Clark better than Monroe. I just, for whatever reason, I overlooked him.
Monroe, and I've seen people do 53s, and I've seen each one make others. So like it's a legit debate. But like Monroe has not shown me anything. Clark played well tonight, but you know, it's also like you said, the third game. Who the hell cares about tonight? But D Clark killed it last week. So you know what, chat? I shouldn't even have said that. I don't want to sway you. Be ready for a poll. It's going to go fast, 30, 60 seconds. But let me throw one up. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting one. And our first poll of the night, we're already getting into the nitty gritty if we're doing polls. Obviously, that linebacker room is going to take a name or two off of it, but I think Dane and I are avoiding it a little bit. And then we still have a lot of defensive linemen on the board too. So, yeah. Starting to get interesting.
Hold on.
I will say that I think that corner is pretty locked in where it's at probably.
I just counted, and we have about 30 on D, which is like a great number because I mean, I like to think of it like 25-0, 25D, and then a couple special teamers. That's 53. If we're at 30D, that's pretty damn good. So let's pause there. I want to count. Dude, this one I can't count to save my life while I'm live. But if you can bear with me or help me, it seems like there's a lot more than 30 on
31.
offense.
31.
31. I said 41 earlier. Okay, there's 31.
Mm-hmm. Wait, so hold on. I might be wrong. 32. 32. Yeah. Sorry.
32 plus 30 is 62. Let's let the chat cook for a second and ask you if you have any cuts on this page.
Boy, yeah. I feel like there's an obvious cut.
Let's let Greg pick this next cut. He said we should have let Fatso try the 60-yarder, but you know what, Fatso for me, well, he didn't have a job, but I think he could have made a roster had he made the 55-yarder that he kind of shanked. He did not. I think I guess it is my turn. There is an obvious cut. I kind of cheated by stealing this slide until it was my turn.
Yeah, I guess that's perks of being the producer of the show, huh?
You know what? Mevis always had negative connotations to this franchise. So it would have been nice if he fixed that, but he didn't.
Yeah. Like, bro, if you're going to be on the Jets, you got to change your last name. You can't do that. Even if it is somewhat true. You can't do that.
Facts. There was people out there.
Still a legend around here. You can't.
There was people out there trying to make it Mevis. Like that would have been great, but I don't think that was it, man. We need one more vote down there, man. It's a tie.
Is it a tie?
1-1 tie.
Jake said he likes Clark better. I didn't see anybody voting for Monroe. Did I miss it?
It's not the comments, it's the actual poll. I don't know if you can see it.
Oh no, yeah, no, I didn't look at the actual poll. Can I vote? Am I allowed to vote?
No.
Oh.
You know what? Okay, we did the voting thing. Let's just do the comments. The next person to comment gets the safety that they want.
Hazel says, "Do we need 4 safeties?" Maybe not. Maybe not. There is a particular fella named Isaiah Oliver on our team who can also play safety. So that's a good point, Hazel. But we're not quite that deep into our cuts yet.
True. We
It's
are
all over.
we are at 65. We have 12 more guys to cut. We could cut neither, or we could cut both. Daniel, like you said, Oliver does have flexibility. I've heard people say JBC can play safety. I've heard people say Stiggers can play safety. Can any of them? I don't know. But I just am strongly in my beliefs that Monroe has not done enough to earn a spot on the team. There's people smarter than me that think that, you know what, the people that I had seen making Monroe safety 4, this was like 2 weeks ago too, and he still didn't do anything since then. So I don't know. Even those people could have changed their mind since then. Hazel is, I said someone comment, Jake did, but he didn't say what. I think we got to lean on Hazel's comments here in the tiebreaker scenario. And she says, I already said cut both. You said, yeah, she's right. She decided, hey, you okay with that, Murph?
Yeah, yeah. But you're losing your vote here. Or not your vote, you're losing your cut now. Because I already know my next guy. All right. 3 safeties, which I feel like means that Oliver is definitely a lock at this point.
Should I go to offense, or do you
Nope.
feel confident? Okay. All right.
I got one more guy that I'm kicking off the defense for sure before we start deciding if we're bouncing back and forth. McCrary Ball. Doesn't know ball. Get him out. No, I don't hate this guy, but I just think that there's no way he's sticking on this roster.
You know what? I'm going to follow that up. McCrary Ball, it took me a while to realize he was number 41, but there for a while, I was like, man, 41 fucking sucks, man. And then when I found out it was McCrary Ball, I was like, really? That's the guy I've been hearing about? He sucks. I don't get it, man. Maybe they see more than we do, but he's not on our 53. And this is 53. And there's one thing I know, and is that this team is not keeping six linebackers. They're just not. So I have to axe one. This is not, this guy I think will make practice squad. I do. But that's not the game we're playing tonight, so I'm gonna have to do it.
Are you serious? Get out of here.
Hey, sermon last week. Whew. Hey, we might not keep 5 linebackers. You got to stick around, Scott, and find out. But for now, Sermon beats out Malagoa for me.
There's no way this is going to be 100% accurate now. But hey, Dane, preach. You want to keep Sermon? Preach.
Dude, he made plays last week. I'm not lying. I assume if he was out there, he was still fighting for his job last week. I think he had a pick or a fumble recovery or some nasty play. And not only that, like the beat had been talking him up. You got Green Bean and Dom C over there talking him up. Sermon, he might not make the team, but I think he's between 53 and 63. So I think he should still be alive at this point. Will he be in the next 15 minutes, maybe not. But Scott gets to live a little longer there, or Scott and his love child will live a little longer.
All right. So we just cut one of our draft picks. That's interesting. So flipping back over to the offense, I don't even need to look at it to tell you who it is. I'm cutting Pritchett. We got to get rid of one of his receivers. Can't carry 9 receivers. Cutting Pritchett. Yes, he had a few good returns today. Prior to today, he didn't show us anything in the preseason. Whereas every single time this dude touches the ball from a kick, this dude makes he makes a solid return, and I'm keeping Nwangwu. So Pritchett's gone.
You know, there's a couple rooms I think are just way too girthy still. I'm leaning either yellow here or you know what, or blue. I don't think Johnny Boy is lurking, so I think I'm safe on this one. I'm gonna go with the old Dominion guy himself, the guy who should not even be wearing number 88. It just makes me want to vomit. I'm sorry, I don't care. There's people who say, "Oh, he looks better this year." I don't care, man. Zach Kuntz, the hell out of here, man. Scram.
That's a good cop out pick because he was definitely going to be a cut at some point, regardless. So you just went ahead and took it. I'm going to pick one that maybe some will argue with me about it. I'm getting rid of Warren. I think Carter Warren is gone this year. We tried the experiment. I think he is gone. I think they're going to keep Mitchell because I think he's shown a little more versatility, playing all along the line. I mean, guards, tackles, left, right side. I think that's why they're keeping him over Warren. Although I don't know that he's any better, but I just think that's where we're going with it because Warren is just like, hey, I'm just a tackle. So, yeah, taking Warren off the board. Look at that cleanup job you're doing. Maybe now we can count them a little better.
You know, I tried not to put these guys in order, but you can tell I definitely put the running backs in order. So for my next cut,
Out of here. Get out of here.
Sorry, I actually set up that joke like 8 hours ago, but I knew it hit.
You were tee-heeing while you're typing all this down earlier. You're like, I can't wait to say this later.
Here, okay. Modine, welcome back, brother. Welcome back. Modine, not Domine, not to be confused with Domine. Modine. He knows what I'm talking about. Now that I see the team up on that big board with all the names, the team stinks. Very little depth, he says. You know what? Yeah, well, you know what? That's a take I want to circle back to here in like 10 minutes. Let's see here. Offense.
I think Modine needs a little dopamine.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. 6, 12, 16, 19, 29 on offense. Let's see here. 3, 9, 13, 16, 20, 26, 29. How many did I say on offense? 29. We got 29 apiece. So we need, let's say, roughly 4 cuts apiece, or we need to cut 8 more guys. He says that he's back. Modine is back from summer break. Hope everyone had a great summer. Jake chimes in and says, isn't Davis going to be on PUP? I think the Michigan guy will start the year on the roster. Good question. You know what?
Not sure.
I don't think we're going that deep into it. There's going to be some gymnastics going on. Az Thomas, who knows? I've heard he could go on pup. It's possible, but hey, man, let's just live in this moment, making our 53. Jake, you're helping us, and we got some fat to trim still. So your voice is still in this. Does anybody see a glaring cut that they think should be? Well, let's see, 29. We have 61 guys. Who doesn't belong on the top 60? And who's up?
I am pretty
Okay.
sure. I think. Who'd you cut last? I already forgot.
Brees. Brees. Good question.
You made the
I gotta look
Brees
it up.
joke. Who did you? I don't think you picked anyone, did you?
I did Zach Kuntz last.
You did Kuntz. And then I took Warren. And then you made your Brees joke and didn't take anybody.
All right. So, dude,
That's
that receiver room is way too big. And I could cut 3 of them right now, but I'm kind of holding out, like, just in case. I'll cut one now, though. I'm not
sorry.
gonna name. I'm not gonna name the guys that I like to make the roster because I think that'll ruin our futures. You know, the rest of the exercise. Man, there is some tough choices here though because it's like a 4-way tie. Um, I'm gonna go with number 6 because I've never liked anyone wearing 6 for the Jets. Yeah, I said that. Don't hang me.
Wow. Hater.
Corley, you are out of here. Hopefully that satisfies the chat.
Yeah. I'm not going to argue it. I mean, I wanted to see the kid get more of a chance. It felt like they were trying to give him a little bit of a chance in the preseason. It didn't really pop off though, and he needed to pop off. You know, because if you can't do it against third stringers, you're not going to be able to do it against first stringers. So, yeah, Corley is the intelligent option there. Offensive line is we're sitting at 10 right there. That's pretty tight right there. I think I'm going defense next. I think I have a pretty good idea. Ooh. You know what? No, before we go defense, we're carrying 2 quarterbacks. As long as Tyrod is healthy, we're carrying 2 quarterbacks. If he's not healthy, then this doesn't count because he's going to be on like the pup or something, you know. So we're going to take Martinez off the board. Just get that done with.
I echo that. If well, we might not know about Tyrod fast enough to determine this, but I still think we cut Martinez, and if Tyrod's not ready, we can pick up who knows, maybe Mike White or someone else that gets cut. Jameis Winston, man, like who knows? But I don't think Martinez or Cook will be on our 53, and so I'm with you. Sorry, Martinez faithfuls. Y'all been going at it for over a year now. I'm over it.
Dude, it's always like that third or fourth string quarterback that we have that can run the ball. People get obsessed with Straveler, Martinez. Like come on, guys. Let's be real.
It's I don't know if it's a good sign or a bad sign that some of the arguments we've had so far, but Martinez isn't one. Is he the next franchise quarterback? No. Okay, well, why are we lending it energy? Be done with it, man.
Yeah.
Shit. Okay, let me look at the D. That's what she said.
Since when?
Man, I already cut one draft pick. Damn.
She's like, let me take a gander.
Let me get out my magnifying glass.
Put on my reading glasses.
Oh, shit.
Oh, Jesus. It ain't even 2 a.m. yet.
No. Hey, you see the shit we do for you, Chad? I hope you appreciate some of these jokes, unlike Hazel, who hates them all.
I can't wait to pester her.
I got to get you or Scott here to help me out. You got to be the
All three of us.
tiebreaker.
He's going to kick us out if it's all three.
Oh, am I going to cut a guy who had like 4 pressures in the last 2 preseason games? Murph. Or am I going to cut or am I going to cut a second draft pick? Without looking at the names, which would you rather me do?
Well, I mean, I'm a performance guy, so I would cut the pick, right?
You'd cut the pick? All right. Well, Scott has been clamoring for us to do this for like 20 minutes now. He's been convinced. I know Connor Rogers or Joe Caporoso or both of them. They stood on a soapbox last week and they said this guy is not worthy of an NFL roster. He's not an NFL player. I did not watch that. But I'm not leaning on them. I'm leaning on Scott here. And I'm going to say, Tyler Barron, you look like a prototypical defensive end made in a lab, but it's not enough to make this 53. Maybe our practice squad, man.
Yep. P squad, you go. Because you know a draft pick's at least going to get a practice squad spot. But that would be alarming if they cut 2 of their draft picks in the same year. Wow.
Is it though if they like made like say their job like those picks what they were envisioning? What if they plugged a UDFA or just some bum in to replace them? Is that still damning?
It is, because you literally spent draft capital on the guy and then took a guy that you didn't spend draft capital on and put that person on the roster over your draft capital guy. It just that doesn't make any sense. It means your big board wasn't right, dude. You could have been drafting the dude that's starting or not starting, but is on the roster right now. It is a little damning, but even if it does happen, we're not raising hell about it this year because Mougey just got his ass in the seat. Like he didn't even have a chance to build his scouting crew or any of that stuff yet. He was kind of relying on information that he had from Denver and information that his scouts that were leftovers from the previous regime had, so it's an interesting draft. You can't be too hard on the guy about his first draft. And I say that about Joe Douglas too, back in his first draft. Like you kind of just give him a pass for that. But my next guy, strictly just because we have 7 of them, I want to get rid of one of them right now. And this is an interesting one. This is the name. This is somebody that we actually spent money on. This is somebody that I was actually kind of high on the signing of, but he hasn't. I just haven't heard anything good about the guy all off season, and it sounds to me, if you're reading reports, he's gone. Based on those 2 trades that we made, I think Derek Naughty's gone.
I don't blame you.
I think we're rolling with the young guys over Naughty, if that makes sense. Like, I think that's the thought process here is like maybe not necessarily that Naughty is better than Cowart or Tufele right now, but I think that they're just like, hey, we went young in a lot of other places. Let's just keep going young. So, yeah, Derek Naughty, gone. We're going to give him a chance to go sign with another team that, has an injury or something, a defensive tackle, and needs another body in there.
And that makes 26 on D. I think we have one or two more on offense. So let me flip over there and look. 26. Remember that, Daniel. 5, 11, 14, 17, 20, 23, 26, 27. How many did I tell you? 26, right? So we have one more offensive. If I eliminate an offensive, we're tied again. Let's do that. This is R53, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think we got to start
One
like
obvious
when you
name on the board, I think.
so we're at 26, 27, 53. That's fit. We're at 56 guys, right? I think when Mougey and Glenn sit down at 56 guys, they're going to be asking themselves the same question I'm asking myself right
We're at
now, and
50.
I'm sure you.
Hold on. We're at 59 guys. Don't forget about the 3 on specials. So, yeah, I think that the last
20
6 guys, they're sitting down to have a
Wait,
discussion.
27, 26, and 3, right?
Yeah, 56. Oh, so you already added them.
Yeah, I already added them. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
my bad.
I
My
had
bad. I didn't do the math. I just thought that you forgot them.
them. That's okay. But 56 guys, we still got to trim 3. I'm asking myself what they would be asking themselves, and that's, can anyone play 2 spots, or can we, the Oliver argument you had earlier, can he play safety and corner? Well, on offense, we have a guy that can do more than one thing, and I'm going to utilize that in a guy like Beck to the tune of cutting a former Buckeye in Jeremy Rucker. Any objection, Murph?
No, I wasn't even thinking Rucker. Like, I saw a guy that I was like, I had my eye on for the cut, and when you mentioned Rucker, I'm like, oh, that's an even better. I would cut Rucker probably before this guy. Um, I don't know why. I was just thinking 3 tight ends, and I saw the 3 blue, so I didn't even pay attention to it. But obviously Beck is in red because he's kind of a utility guy. But that's a smart one. Yeah, let's be done with Rucker, man. Um,
Dude, they threw him a pass right off the bat tonight. It was like a 3-yard short little out route. You know how many yards he got?
how many? Yeah, instantly tackled, instantly down. Yeah, he just isn't. I don't know. He's not with it. He's not with it now.
um,
So that brings us down to 55.
correct.
I could cut the final 2 on freaking offense right now, honestly.
I think they might have to, just because there's a room that's so fat.
Yeah. I got.
Well, go ahead, man. You got one, and then we can maybe help lean on the chat for the last one.
Yeah, I mean, I got 2 on offense. Can you switch it to the defense just so I can make sure that there's not somebody obvious left on defense that needs to go? There kind of
I
is,
mean,
but
I don't.
you kind of messed up. No, I'm not doing it because
That safety room is small, so that helps other areas. I don't know. Like, hey, just let's start with one, and then we can talk it out after that.
yeah, we'll do the offense cut that I'm going to do. I think Colaval's gone, and he's going to get practice squatted again. I think he's one of the last dudes to get cut. But I think that your depth on the offensive line, there's a lot of guys that can move around, right? Myers can probably go to guard if you wanted him to, or Tippmann can. I mean, you can move guys around. Max Mitchell has played guard a couple times. It wasn't great, but he's played it. I don't know that Colaval would be better necessarily. So I just think that the versatility of some of those other guys is going to cause that Colaval to be out.
Everybody thinks I forgot special teams. What the hell, guys? You don't trust my math. I see you. Hazel even came in and was like, don't forget. I was like, I know. I got you guys. Scott down there saying the same thing as you, Murph. I appreciate it, though, because you never know with me. But I just want to recap real fast. Looking at this, I would say, man, and I'm not saying who I would cut, but I'm just saying like 7 receivers is a lot. 2 quarterbacks is not a lot. 2 tight ends, not a lot. Traditionally, we keep probably 10 offensive linemen. So we're a little under there too. But let's flip over defense. Whew, man. 7 corners? Well, maybe because we're light on safety, one of those 2 corners can go to positional flexibility helps there. So I don't mind 7 and 3, 10 between safety and corner. That's a good number. It's just how we splice it, 5 linebackers. That's probably what we kept last year because we had Zaire Barnes. Oh yeah, he's still here. We had Surratt, and then Jam and sure, we all we did was we put in Sermon for Surratt. Well, that's probably the same room pretty much. D line having 11. Ooh, man, I don't know if that can happen. That's a lot. Is that the glaring, like, too fat spot for this final cut? I'm not saying who, but like, is that too many?
The D line having 11 is it's too much, man. You got to be 10 or less. I that's what I was going to suggest if you weren't sure where to go. I think there's 2 players there that you can go either or with and choose that you could take out.
I don't know, man. Do you think McNamara is punting so good he could kick field goals too? We could save $3 million.
Maybe. I think you're just a folk hater.
I was waiting for that.
Take it easy on the folks.
He's been great. He's been great. He's been every bit of last year and the year before. So I'll give him credit. He looking a little tubby, but
he's getting older, man. That's the metabolism's slowing down for the guy.
Yeah. You know what? Hayes has a good question here as we just take a beat here. After the 53, who else are you cutting? So we can basically upgrade 47 to 53. Oh, there's probably 5 more guys that we could do. I could cut 5, but.
So okay. It seems like on offense right now, we're heavy at receiver. On defense, we're heavy on defensive line. Which one, if you picked one receiver out of there and you picked one defensive lineman out of there, which one is the better player? You know what I mean? Like, to me, I think that's how you have to look at it.
Let me just play devil's. I mean, I guess I'm just piggybacking on that. Does the way the team will be set up and the style, does that account where you want to be deeper at?
I mean, that's a way to think about it. That kind of makes sense. But at the same time, like, you got guys on the practice squad for a reason, and you make moves all throughout the season. No team ever looks exactly the same in the beginning of the season as they do at the end of the season.
Man, I would probably, in hindsight, change 1 or 2 things because I don't want to keep 7 receivers. But I think that Mo's right here. Like, watch McGregor out, or are they out already? No, they're both still in. And we got 11 D linemen. I think we have to cut a D lineman. Am I crazy for saying we have to?
That's exactly where my mind is. And those are the 2 that I had in mind.
Okay.
Actually, I would have been looking at those 2 before I looked at Barron. honestly. But that's just because I think like draft pick. They always want to keep their draft pick guys.
Hey, I asked you, the guy with 4 pressures the last 2 weeks, McGregor,
Yeah.
or the draft. So McGregor, he's come on late. That's his problem. How was he in camp? We didn't really hear anything. Was he good? If he was good, he should still be here. If that's all he did was the last 2 weeks, we probably should have cut him already. But Watts came in with LT3, and they're two different style of players, but LT3 has risen to the occasion, and Watts kind of really hasn't. I don't know. Maybe it's just him wearing, I think, Muhammad Wilkerson's old number that turns me off, but I don't know. I don't know. Should we lean on the chat with this last one?
I don't think it's necessary. I think you've nailed it down. And I think a lot of people would agree with you too. And you can't have a last name like Watts without having been swatting balls, dude, at the line. Because you got to be swats.
I think of Sean Merriman, man. You know, with the
Yeah.
Dude. All right. So
JJ Swat.
Okay. So let's check our math here. I know, or I will at least. 6, 12, 13, 16, and 9 is 25. And 9, 13, 15, and 10 is 25. And 3. So, looking at it in all its glory now. And, oh shit. Can't forget Skinner. Let me put that there. Chat, question for you guys. What are you disagreeing with here? Anything? Maybe you want to call in and say, what the hell? You have Xavier Newman on this team. You have Quentin Skinner. What the fuck? You kept Newman and you cut Carter Warren. Let Murph have it because he did that. You know what? I'm just kidding, but the call in line is pinned. I'm curious if we did miss something. You don't even have to call in; just chat it. That always keeps us going as we wind down here. I know Murph; he's winding down for sure. You guys can keep me invigorated if you start engaging heavily. That always works. Scott can call in; that'll buy some time for sure. But and I want to hear from you, Murph. It doesn't have to be piggybacking on what I'm about to say. You could have your own take, but just looking at the offense, you kind of set me up for this take. You mentioned the versatility. I just want to piggyback on that because I think our final O-line cut was at Cole Laval.
Yeah.
I love that because of exactly what you said. I think Tippmann is our swing guard on this team. I do. I think Tippmann is our swing guard. If Simpson goes down tomorrow or AVT goes down tomorrow, Tippmann is next man up, and then Myers is at center. So, and then also if Membu or if Fashanu goes down, what happens? I don't know, but AVT could be in the mix to be a swing tackle. And you could have Tippmann at guard and Myers at center. Like we don't know what the hell would happen. Chuck Okorafor is our swing tackle technically, but if we were in one game to save our lives, or if we were injected into the Super Bowl, would Okorafor be at tackle if one of ours went down? I doubt it. He's not one of our best 5. That's what I'm trying to say. In the event of injury. So what's that mean? That means Chuck, a little less valuable. Newman, a little less valuable. Myers, more valuable. So, yeah, Cole Laval, whatever. I'll see you, man. Mitchell, you are damn lucky to be on this team for the same reason. Yeah. I don't think you're starting if Fashanu goes down, but call me crazy.
Mitchell literally has saved his job by being willing to play guard and stuff too, and get some time and reps and stuff playing playing guard, playing left and right tackle. Like he has made himself valuable, and just in the sense of like he's able to do it. Maybe he's not able to do it well, but when you're talking about backups, they're probably not going to be able to do it well regardless. So, yeah, but a core four is your swing, So hopefully you never have to get to that point, but this is football. Injuries happen. Guys end up having to get raised up from the practice squad, or they get signed partway into the season because so many injuries. We've seen it as Jets fans, especially on the O-line. We'll see how it goes, but there's so much versatility between the starters and the backups that I think that having only 9 rather than 10 is fine. It works out okay. The reason to me that you're keeping 7 receivers is because you're hoping one of these guys, when they get in the regular season, they can shine and maybe stand out. You're trying to give as many people a chance as you can, I think. And you also have to think about special teams too. And that's something we really didn't talk about. But these low end guys that are left on the roster right now, they have to be able to play special teams. And like I've seen Skinner playing special teams, Wangwu, obviously. There's a few different guys on the defense as well that, Stiggers, like he looked excellent on specials in the preseason. Maybe he didn't stand out so much on defense, but on specials, Stiggers was standing out. So to me, that locked him up as with a roster spot for sure. Jamin Davis, he was playing specials. Barnes has shown out in specials a time or two. Yeah, so that's something you got to take into consideration.
We clearly prioritized versatility, and I think if we had a game, this is our 53. This isn't Mougey's. It's not going to be the same. We're not trying to mimic him. We've already mentioned that, but I think if we did have a game, and I think if we did suffer injuries in that game, I think we're okay. You just mentioned it, Oliver. We mentioned it earlier. JBC. We got multiple returners on this offense. Just going back and looking at it, like you said, Skinner. We have Wangwu both. We didn't just lean on one guy to help return. We got both. I'm sure one can be a gunner with Stiggers, if we need it. But yeah, Scott, I don't know if you were looking for the link. I did throw that down there. Modine chimes in. Good cuts. He says he thinks it gets us to 4 wins.
I'm not far behind Modine there, or far ahead of Modine. Thinking like 5, maybe 6. Yeah. And I've been standing on that. I haven't changed. I didn't change after that first preseason game when we're all hyped up and, oh my God, we scored a touchdown on our starters being in their opening drive. And no, I didn't fucking change, because I knew it was coming. Sure enough, second game we look like shit. Third game we look like shit. There's a lot of work that has to be done with this team. So I don't know. 5, 6 wins. It's Aaron Glenn's first year. He gets the mulligan on it. It's fine. Not a big deal. I just hope that we're feisty.
You know what? There's a couple specific questions about this roster I want to ask both of you, but before I do, I want to pass the mic to Scott. Nice, Scott. I see you there, Michelob. Talk to us, Scott.
I just want to say you guys showed some brains tonight. Keeping Sermon on the team. No? Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I know. You guys have finally turned into smart football people.
Scott, I'm going to tell you right now, that was all Dane, buddy.
Murph,
was all
did you see me
Dane.
say just man up and do it?
Yeah. Because if Dane wouldn't have, my very next kickoff was Sermon, and Dane beat me to the linebackers and got rid of Kiko. And I'm like, okay, if you
You know what?
insist.
Then he realized we couldn't go with 4 linebackers, and Sermon made the team.
Well,
That's exactly what happened.
And he's a valuable special teams player also. So
And that is true. And I did think about that after the fact. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe Banjo, right? Chris Banjo.
yeah.
Maybe Banjo does like him, and he's like, hey, that's one of my special teamers. I'm going to need him. And they're like, all right.
Well, and like
Possible.
Hayes mentioned in the chat, who's going to get cut when we bring someone else in? Well, he might be, the next one in line. But
Yeah.
you guys are geniuses. Cheers.
Yeah. So, before I deuce out of here, probably here in like 15 minutes or so, Sermon is a name that, comes up. I'm just going to highlight a couple guys. Obviously, we have 7 receivers, so you have to pick your poison there. Maybe some guys will say Skinner. Skinner was really playing hard, man, in the preseason, and I like to see that, like a dude that's really putting it all out there. But I also like Brandon Smith a lot too. He's another guy that balls out with two preseasons in a row now. So I don't know. It's really tough to choose between those two, but those are guys that might potentially be cuts, so you can pick up somebody else, and then you got another defensive lineman that you could probably look at too, whether it's McGregor or whatever. I like that, Dane. I like that.
How did Lazard survive Murph having the ability to cut people?
Dane cracked the whip before the show ever started, and he said, I swear to God, if you cut Lazard first off, we're not done. You can't be my co-host anymore. I didn't realize he was such a Lazard fan. I don't know.
Yeah, Lazard and Dane just wants to wait till after week 1.
You know what? Let me speak on that, because that's what every creator, everybody is. They're all clapping back with, you can't cut Lazard. Pittsburgh will pick him up. He'll give them our playbook, our tendencies. I think that's all bullshit, man. And everybody's just parroting that take. Dude, he's either good enough to make this roster or he's not. And sadly, I think he's good enough, man.
Well,
he's only good enough because the wide receiver room is dog shit right now.
Exactly.
Yeah. There you go.
Yep. He is the shiniest turd.
He can block for Fields.
And someone said it in the chat. Hold on, because I hate when people say someone said it in the chat. Okay, here we go. Modine. Sorry, Scott. Let me cover myself instead of you.
Cover me, please.
Here we go. Yeah, but then I can be making funny faces back here. I look like Wilson on Home Improvement. Jets don't need many receivers. Run, check down, a pass to Garrett, rinse and repeat. Yeah. So does that make Lazard more valuable?
Yeah.
Hey, if he doesn't have to catch.
Yeah. Well, he's probably the best blocker in that wide receiver room, right?
Yeah. If you're talking about running a lot, that actually does make a case for him, because he is a decent blocker at receiver. Actually, another sneaky good blocker at receiver too is Tyler Johnson. I saw a lot of effort out there from him on some blocks. So
Arian Smith is a pretty good and willing blocker as well.
Yeah, in college he was a willing blocker for sure. Not a big dude, so you can only expect so much out of him. Same thing with Garrett. You can only expect so much out of those guys, but at least if they're willing, that makes a difference.
You got to get in someone's way. But how screwed are we? We're talking about our wide receiver room and the blocking. That's what we have to talk about. Oh, good Lord.
That's how it goes,
Well,
man.
and you do not want to be one dimensional. And everybody is preaching that we're going to, I mean, we're going to be one dimensional. We're just hoping that that one dimension is just groundbreaking. No pun intended. Um, will we? Probably not be groundbreaking. But I
No.
will say the last time we were like this, our quarterback threw like 13 touchdowns and 20 picks, and we made the Final Four.
Oh,
I gotta ask. If it's down, if you're right down and you just got to get rid of one more guy, and you're looking at two guys left, and it's Skinner and Braden McGregor, who are you cutting?
It's tough because Skinner did absolutely nothing in the first half of the preseason, and neither did McGregor. But then both guys started balling out. Scott?
I'm not qualified to answer that. I watched like the first quarter of a couple games. Didn't watch one play from tonight. So
What is this? The goddamn presidential debate? You both copped out. What is this?
No, I don't have an answer because I haven't watched those guys enough to even. I can just pick a name if you want. Skinner, get him the fuck out of here. I don't care.
Hey,
You know what?
hey.
Okay. Hey, one sec, guys. And I will say it makes a lot more sense to get rid of Skinner if you have Wangwu. And we have both. So maybe I do lean there. But let me just stop the show because I think it's what Murph just said. Hey, we have a caller. And I said it a long time ago. I'm going to say it again. Video webcams capabilities are not required on this show. Now, if you come on and you're a dick or something, that's different. But this guy is always a heady guy in the chat. He wants to call in. He wants to voice. He wants to sound off. Microphone only. I said, hell yeah, let's do it. So, without further ado, let's bring on a fourth person. I got to hear his thoughts. I think you guys do too on this final 53 Danger Zone style. Welcome to the Danger Zone, Jake.
What's up, Jake?
What's up, Jake? I don't know if Jake is there.
Jake, you are on screen, Jake. I don't know if you're muted, though. So toy with that. See if you can unmute, maybe. And I think we'll hear you if you unmute now. If you can't unmute or something, hit the settings wheel and go and look at your audio input and switch it to either your Bluetooth mic or your phone mic. Just keep your camera off, and I think we'll both. Let's see, hide camera. Your audio only is on. Okay. Give him a minute, man.
What I do want to point out before I do something here, not a single word was mentioned, and maybe I overlooked something in the chat. I try to keep up with it, but I might overlook. I didn't see anybody talking about, and neither did Dane or I and Scott, the little bit that he's been on here. Nobody said anything about cutting Clemens.
I thought it, but it just seems like it's.
We
not
all thought it.
If we'd have done this after last season, he'd have been on the cut list, right? But it seems like they like him.
Yeah, but honestly, this was like an hour 53. You know what I mean? So,
not necessarily predicting their 53.
Yeah, and I did take into consideration, what I've heard from the teams and things, but do you keep?
Well, it's
Clemens
tough because we had. That's Well, we had 11. See, I think we circled back to the trenches on D too late. We had 11. So Clemens, I thought of him early on, but then late on, it was like Watcher McGregor. I was like, fuck, we'll never get back to Clemens.
What would you rather have, Clemens or McGregor?
The way I trust in Jermaine, McGregor.
You guys cut Nandi? Yeah, looks like you did, huh?
I did.
Kind of seems like with the recent signings, recent trades, they're disappointed in what they got there, huh? In Nandi.
Yeah. Just from what we're hearing, it doesn't sound good. We haven't heard anything good really since we've signed them. So
yeah.
I don't know. And then we brought in 2 guys that we traded capital for. I think that alone right there. I mean, yeah, maybe you could have cut Coward or Tufele instead, but we heard so much hype from Coward, and then we saw so much out of Tufele in that small amount. I don't know. I just ended up going with Naughty because I feel like they would. It's one of those moves where you're like, this guy and this guy's here. They're both around here. It's like, well, let's cut the guy that we think is going to have a chance to make a spot on another team, right? Sometimes they do that type of stuff because they're like, all right, Naughty, you have the name. You're a Super Bowl winning guy. We'll cut you because you'll have a chance probably land on another team that gets an injury on the interior defensive line.
Who are they going to try to get onto the practice squad and hope that can actually stay there?
Of guys that we've already cut on our little list.
Yeah, well, it's got to be out of the cuts, right?
Yeah. Well, I think the 2 draft picks that Dane cuts will probably both make the practice squad.
There you go.
Maybe
I do too. Let me just say that I cut them with the intention that they would be like our top choices for practice squad capabilities, but maybe not Barron as much as Malagoa. I think he's the better of the 2. But Scott really sold me on Barron.
Well, those guys sold me on Barron. Obviously, I heard you talking about that, and when both of them are saying it wasn't just like he's not doing well, blah, blah. It's like he can't play in the NFL. He's just one of those guys that sounds like that the next step up was just too much for him, and we see that. It's a big step.
I just to add to the practice squad thing, Cole Laval, I think would have probably ended up on the practice squad. Shoot, I had another name too. Oh, the others, probably Dean Clark, maybe, or Jarius Monroe. One of those 2 is going to end up on the practice squad. They'll have a safety on there. And there was another guy that was obvious too, and I can't remember who it is.
Would you try to put Corley on there?
Oh, the running back, Donovan Edwards, is going to be on the practice squad. Yeah. Corley, maybe.
And who is the guy he just? Oh, Skinner's still here. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I don't know how he survived. I think Dane and I just like him, and we didn't want to cut him, and it just ended up working out that way.
So, I was doing a draft, but I had you guys on, so I was kind of halfway in, halfway out, and I heard you guys talking about Amari Cooper. Is there something going on there?
Well, Max, when he came on there earlier, Tuesch, our guy Tuesch, he was suggesting some guys of us like trying to get for a wide receiver option, and he mentioned obviously Terry McLaurin, and then he mentioned Amari Cooper as another option, and I piped up, and I'm like, well, I thought Amari Cooper had retired. And then Dane's like, well, I got to set this straight. He's like, I had to do some research on it because I thought he was retired too. But actually, it was a fake account that had announced his retirement. Turns out he's not. retired. He's trying to make his, I don't want to say comeback because he was in the NFL last year. So he's still available, I guess. I don't know if he's any good anymore. It didn't look great over in Buffalo, but the year prior and you could see a little bit of it in Cleveland, but Cleveland's been a train wreck for the past couple years. So I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard teams talking about him as being an option. So I thought, well, guys can say they're going to retire, but until they sign that paperwork.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm pretty sure I heard on Pat McAfee that there's not even like an official retirement for the NFL. Like, you just basically say you're retired and that's it. Like, there's no actual real deal, like set in paperwork type thing. What about if you could have one or the other on this team between Amari Cooper and Josh Reynolds? Who did you take? Who would you take? I love it when I ask a question and you guys are just like crickets for a minute.
I'd probably want to give Amari Cooper a shot, but oh my God, is that where we really are?
That is where we're at.
The Jets aren't the only team.
You know what I would offer Amari Cooper? I would offer him like $100K a catch, and he'll probably make zero from us.
I think.
Okay.
What's the vet minimum?
Like $1.1 million or $1.3 million. He's not going to play for what I'd offer him because I saw him last year. I think I even threw a parlay on him, or I had some invested in him. He had goose eggs in the playoffs. They were saying that he's no more than a decoy in Buffalo. He's just out there. They're not even throwing his way. He didn't even play some playoff games. Like, I just soured on him. And that's why whenever I heard he retired, I thought it was totally legit. I didn't even bother double checking because I'm like, the dude was cooked midway through the season. Now, if he wants to be a decoy, could it still help us? Yeah, it probably could. So I just wouldn't give him 5 to 8 million or whatever he would probably command.
Okay, Dane, I still need an answer. Amari Cooper or Josh Reynolds?
Josh Reynolds, final answer.
Okay, Josh Reynolds, 1 catch for 11 yards last year. Amari Cooper, 20 catches for 300 yards and 2 touchdowns last year.
That neither one blows my socks off.
Yeah, but one sounds way better than the other. One sounds like he's still able to be on a fucking NFL roster.
With Josh Allen. Now scale that to Justin Fields.
Okay. Him or Lazard, Murph, coming your way now.
Amari Cooper or Alan Lazard?
Yep.
I'm going to bank on Cooper's not cooked yet.
All right.
Fuck Lazard.
That's what I was expecting, but you thought about it. You thought about it, so that's good.
I did for a second. And then that little devil on my shoulder is like, fuck Lazard. I was like, yeah, I agree.
Oh.
All right. I'm gonna roll.
All right, Murph.
I gotta get up early and help a fella move a bunch of heavy stuff. As if I didn't do enough heavy lifting throughout the week.
Well, Murph, we did this last year. We did it again. Last year was a prediction. We never really went back because it was like, fuck it, dude, we're playing now. But this year, I would like to go back and look at this because I think midway through the year, we'll be like, damn, man, we should have kept so-and-so. Hey, the DZ crew did. Or, damn, why did we keep this guy? Let's go back and review this at some point. And as Modine says, man, later, Murph, no, don't go Bills.
Modine can't decide if he's a Bills fan or a Patriots fan.
How is he not chiming in on the Amari Cooper was cooked late last year debate? Come on, you're not backing me on that, Mo?
Well, he was a Bill last year. He's not going to say that. Dude, I don't even like my own Bills, much less Buffalo Bills. Like, I get too many of those in the mail. So no go Bills.
Only
Go
one
away.
good thing. Only one good thing comes out of Buffalo, and you know what that is?
Hot wings.
Oh, that's a good one. I was thinking of
Hey.
the Buffalo Jet fan.
Oh.
Hey, BJF, that is true.
Hey,
That's true. He's a transplant though.
fair.
Hey,
Murph,
just so you guys know for your future drafts, although Murph already got one in, so I did a draft tonight, not with no Jet fans. Brees went 32. Guess where Garrett went? 52.
Wow.
can I join a league with all them guys?
You see, but you're a Jet fan wearing those green goggles.
I don't.
Hey.
I mean, that feels a bit high for Brees, but it's not like crazy high. Like, I feel like he's in the 40s.
I agree. I figured those guys would be flip flopped.
Yeah, I also feel like Garrett might be a little higher, but at the same time, I can't blame a guy for being like, dude, who's throwing to him? Like, is Justin Fields even going to be able to get him the ball? Or are they just going to run all day? They don't have anybody to take attention away from Garrett. He's going to get double teamed every game. Is he going to be able to do it and get you 1,000 yards this season? If he does, then Garrett Wilson is absolutely legit. If he gets us 1,000 yards this season, yeah.
Yeah, I was a little surprised by that, but I had my receivers already locked down by that time. But also, this league it's more structured, so you have to fill it out by position. And you don't have you can't take 6 receivers or 8 running backs. It's basically a starter, quarterback, 2 running backs, 3 receivers, a tight end, defense, kicker, and then 1 backup at each. So that pushes guys down the board a little farther than other styles of leagues.
One question, Murph, I got you huge on here because I know you're about to give your final sermon, pun intended. Oh yeah, the puns just keep going, man. Hayes mortified. Preach, yeah. Final question. How many 100-yard games this year for Arian Smith?
I thought you were going to ask me about Garrett. Arian Smith gets 2. 2 100-yard games this season.
In the interest of getting you to bed at a reasonable hour, I'll ask Scott this after. Hey, have a good night, man.
Good night, fellas. Love you guys. Love you, chat.
Yep. Love you, Murph. Good night. Oh. Well, we still have Jake here. If he figures out his mic, we won't see him on screen, but we'll hear him. So I'm just going to leave him back there. If he figures it out, he can do that as long as he wants. JT in the house, man. Welcome, brother. I'm going to actually throw you guys. Now that we're down to 2 people, this looks a little better when I do this. Jake says 3. He only does big plays. Scott, I throw that question at you because there's going to be games where he might catch a 70-yard bomb and still not get 100 yards. So, Murph said 2. What say you?
I was thinking, Murph, that sounds about right because he'll probably get a couple long ones, but yeah, he might be 2 for 84. Who knows? But yeah, no, do we think he's going to get enough snaps at this point? I mean, he's really the only deep threat, Wilson is, but he's not legit deep threat. He can get behind the defense, but he's not going to run by the defense.
Well, they've done a couple things that give me hope, and just to give you guys like real thoughts, just not dicking around, but like he needs seasoning clearly, and they're doing the goggles and all that shit, but they've also had him out there with 2s and 3s all preseason, ton of reps. They're actually like he's caught balls. He's gotten open in zone defense. Maybe not man so much. Maybe not outside the numbers. But tonight they gave him a handoff.
Oh,
It was like an end around, and we finally got to see what he'd do with it. He got 10 yards and turned the corner, which was promising. Now he was ridden out at the 10-yard mark, but dude, he had the wheels to turn the corner, and that to me, that was like gold for me. It was like 12 to midnight or whatever that saying is. Dude, that was cool to see because, like you said, we need him in this offense. Will he be on 12 personnel sets? Probably not, but we can't be in that all game long. So
speed is what we know he has, right? I mean,
yes,
now he's got to grow from there.
This team needs him though to back up the defense.
Yeah, and every team needs speed, and the Jets didn't have any last year. They haven't had any for a couple years. So now, does that mean he can be a top-ranked NFL receiver? No, because there's a lot of fast guys that come in this league that wash out quickly. But he seems to be growing, right?
Yeah.
He's had a few drops, but I think people have been pleasantly surprised with his hands so far. So that's going in the right direction anyway.
If it was a matter of 100 total yards in a game, I might say 3 or 4. The fact that it's a 100, I'm assuming 100 receiving yards, 2, like Murph says down here. You know, here he is gone, still stating his case. What an addict. I can't argue the 2. It could be 0, it could be 3, it could be 1, but 2 does sound right.
Well, yeah, 2, 3. What's the difference, really?
I bet you though they come in the second half of the season just because it's going to take him a little time.
But the thing is, he's not going to do it on getting like 8 for 70 or 8 for 110 or something. It's going to be 2 for 105, and with one of them being a big one to the house. Because if he's catching a long one, I don't think he's going to get caught, right? No one's going to catch him from behind, so it's going to the house.
If Fields is throwing it to him long, it probably means he has a step or 2 on his man. I don't think Fields is going to be trying to thread needles to him. Maybe I'm wrong, but if you're going to thread a needle, throw it to 3 other guys. But you're right. It could be like where he has a 25-yard catch in the first half and maybe a 20 in the third quarter, and then boom, he's got a 60-yarder, 105. Like something like that. But there might be 2 games where he's at 90 yards, and it's like, oh fuck.
Right, yeah, could be. But he'll be running, assuming he's playing a lot, he'll be running a lot of clear outs. But you gotta take a shot at one of those every now and then for them to mean anything, Then you hit a couple of them. Okay, it's like, oh, we got to watch out for this.
I'd be hard pressed not to say you send him 1 a game at least. You have to.
Yeah.
Or Garrett. Like you just have to have someone occupying the deep space.
Well, I'd rather it be him, so Garrett can be occupying the middle of the field underneath him somewhere. Otherwise, if it's Garrett, then yeah, who really cares who's running underneath him?
That's a good point.
But that's the way every defensive team will be thinking. Also, dude, I played on a team, and it was a different era, a lot more running than passing. But I ran so many post clearouts, and our best play was that, and then we throw underneath at a tight end. But there'd be times I'd just be like, I'd be wide open, and they still throw it to the tight end. I got a few, but it's like, come on, chuck
Yeah.
it.
If you're wide open, I can see like Garrett just come on, man, and pissed off and slamming shit. If you
I didn't do that kind of stuff, but yeah,
different era again.
sure.
Mason Taylor, though, if he can eat underneath, that could help. Even in this, like in the seam, especially, I guess. But
Yeah.
Modine said you ran the wishbone.
No, actually, we ran a pro set kind of offense, but it definitely was before wide open passing attacks.
Before Eric Coryell.
That was actually Eric Coryell was going on, but that was a big deal. And then Chargers, and even what he did in St. Louis before, that was kind of different for the NFL.
Modine, Fields prediction. He has 17-12. What do you have, Scott?
I could see that with probably another 5 or 6 on the ground. And he's not as bad of a passer as he's looked in the preseason. I just hope they actually let him they haven't let him throw the ball down the field. Now they may come out in that first game and be chucking it all over the place. I don't know, but from what I've seen, it's like they're scared to let him do that. But maybe that's just part of the plan. We heard we're going to let him play quarterback. To me, it doesn't look like they're letting him play quarterback. They're letting the other guys throw the ball down the field, but it just kind of seems like they're protecting him at this point. So I don't know. We'll see. It's preseason.
The same thing they're doing with Corley, right?
Protecting, yeah. Well, see ya, Corley. Wonder where he'll end up.
I'm still. A lot of people say a lot of things. I'm sticking with Philly.
Really? 49ers, unless Salah's like, God damn, I don't bring that guy anywhere near this team, because you look what they signed Robbie Chosen. They signed Justin Gage, and they traded for that guy in Kansas City. Half the receivers are hurt. I don't know. But didn't Philly just sign? They just traded for a receiver also.
Well, what did we hear? I blanked just now. He sawed off Debo, right? Well,
Exactly.
There you go.
That was what they told us.
But, I'm in the same vein. You say Salah, I say Joe Douglas. I mean, either way, no matter what, right?
Who really wanted him?
Yeah.
He's more like a sawed-off Mims.
He's Mims on a all salmon diet.
But Philly just traded for the receiver from the Texans, the Alabama kid, Mechie.
Yeah. He played tonight, I think, too.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's what it's. Yeah, I believe I saw it. He played. They had him out there. But hey, Artie, welcome, brother.
Artie.
I know you're we're running a little late tonight with the usual crowd. I get it. We had a game. We had a million channels going, but I'm glad to see people still coming in and sprinkling a little love on us for our typical Friday night stream. Jake coming in with a fire take. He's agreeing with us. Arian Smith, he says his hands have looked good so far. If he can get his nads together, and I think that's the technical term, he clears out the high safety. He also chimes in and says he was the biggest hater on picking Smith where we did, but maybe he can be an asset if his hands work.
You know what? Sorry, I'm kind of veering off here, but I'm very interested in what Party with Pagan Artie drink, because he's come up with some shit. And now he's got being forced to drink shots of Blue Chair Bay. What is that? Some kind of rum?
I hope. I don't know. That could mean anything, to be honest.
Wasn't it Pagan Artie talking about pickle, some kind of pickle booze or something?
Blue Chair Bay is a rum.
Boom! Nailed it.
There's coconut, there's pineapple, there's Kenny Chesney pineapple.
Banana rum is what it is. That's what he's drinking.
Oh, I don't know. Dude, I got scarred with 99 bananas as a teen. I don't know if I could do that.
My only one ever that I just can't do now was Southern Comfort. That wrecked me one night, and I can't touch that stuff now.
SoCo.
Oh.
Kenny Chesney says, all right. He must have his own little division of Blue Chair rum, or he owns a whole thing. I don't know. But I did see Kenny Chesney on Google. Cheers, Artie. Cheers, Scott.
Yeah.
Cheers to Daniel. He's probably not in his REM phase yet, but
he's probably in there playing Wordle right now. Is it late enough? No, not quite.
Modine gets serious on us. He says Smith is a rookie. He will disappear in games where you don't even notice him. Thoughts?
I think that's going to be the Jets' passing game, right?
It sounds like Modine is saying that Arian Smith is going to be Keon Coleman.
Oh, hey. Keon showed a little flash at times last year.
At times. I don't disagree. But now I've heard, they're moving him to X. He's going to be legit. He's going to be, and I hope, because I have him in Dynasty. But because I had him in Dynasty, I also saw him be invisible at times last year. He was like home run or bust.
Well, who, as a receiver, and I'm including tight ends, really stood out for Buffalo last year? Shakir didn't do, that much. I had the tight end. I was fired up.
Kincaid,
and he didn't do much.
Mari Cooper, we already talked about.
Yeah, so
that's a good point. James Cook is about the only one.
The running backs did a lot, and I'm not just Cook. I mean, our old guy is like the third down back now.
Ty Johnson. Is Singletary still there?
No, he's at the Giants.
Oh, yeah. But, yeah, Ty Johnson had a good little season on him, too.
Yeah, and they all look good, of course. And then the rookie just single-handedly, him and with the help of Greg the Leg, beat us one game last year. God.
I will say, though, like, we are all, at least me and Scott, I think, and Daniel are all expecting Smith to be invisible for games. We're just hoping that he's not invisible to the safeties. Decoy is the best. Like, if you give us a couple, like 4 or 5 bombs, like not even just catches, but like you're taken, like we're scared of 8-man boxes and 9-man boxes this year. If you can just be a legit decoy, well, worth the price. Because this team had nobody before we took him in the 4th round. Nobody to threaten.
Let it rip once a quarter, man. Just deep. Once a quarter.
Coming into this year, my complaint on Garrett Wilson was he didn't win over the top enough. I mean, he's only got 14 touchdowns in 3 years.
Well, and that's not his thing. It really isn't.
Well,
and he's not a red zone guy either. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, all I'm trying to say is he's not a deep guy. Mason Taylor isn't expected to be a deep guy. Breece Hall, come on. Who?
Other than Arian Smith, they don't have a guy whose speed is going to make teams take notice. I mean, hell, slow guys can get open deep sometimes, but you don't have to prepare for that. But if the Jets are showing they can get Smith down the field and they will actually throw the ball, then you have to be aware of that.
We were heading straight for Garrett to get bracketed. And
start, right?
What's that?
That's how the season's going to start till they prove someone else can beat them.
And I don't think Arian Smith was the greatest pick we could have made, but at that time, there was nobody else that could even be a decoy, really. I mean, I don't know what you think of that Royals. A lot of people think that we should have taken him.
Is that the guy from Colorado State?
Jalen Royals. I don't know.
No. There's a guy from Colorado State who I remember was available, and I think even Chaos, what I've been saying, take this guy, and he's been looking pretty good for Seattle, I believe. I don't remember his name though.
I'm sure the chat will help us out, but
he's our answer man.
Yeah, I know. We felt his absence tonight for sure. Jake, I missed a few of the chats. Jake chimes in. He says Southern Comfort as a child destroyed me. I think that's the only yeah, you can't even smell it right now. That and Bacardi. So he's right there with you, Scott.
I'm with you, Jake. Yeah. Oh, I won't say a child, but I was in high school.
Artie chimes in, and let me bring this back up. Scott might have disagreed with some of these, but Murphh and I did a final 53, and I just want to show you what we had. And this isn't a prediction. This was our own 53 we did together, me and Murph. You asked, is Corley and Gibson gone? Well, our wide receivers are right there in yellow, brother. Thoughts on that, Scott?
You guys had me at Sermon. You kept Sermon. I don't care what the hell else you did. That was great. I'm sorry. Thoughts on Corley and Gibson being gone? Yeah, it's a no-brainer if you ask me. Unless they don't have anyone that can field a punt, which was challenging enough for Gibson. But
and there's a chance we cut a few more and we pick up someone else's, and there's a chance that maybe one or two of our guys goes on IR after tonight or after last week. There you go. But nuts and bolts 53. This is, maybe we keep a 4th safety and we cut JBC or Oliver and we keep Monroe. Or maybe we keep Dean Clark and we cut Oliver. Maybe we cut Sermon and we keep Malagoa. But tonight we did not.
Were there any injuries in the game tonight? That could influence this as well.
And Chad, if you watched Glenn's presser, if there was anything noteworthy, that would help. But I went live right at halftime just about, so I missed a lot of the late stuff. But yeah, that'll all factor in. I mean, you also might wake up tomorrow and we've cut 10 guys. We don't know.
I saw someone that played yesterday cut several guys. Might have been the Steelers. But yeah, got to have it figured out by Tuesday, right?
Tuesday, 4:00 Eastern.
Which, and it's going to be fun to look and see who got cut from other teams, because then it's like, oh, who can we snatch? Although everyone's thinking that way.
But let me just say this, like, people are so scared, oh, we can't cut so-and-so because we won't be able to practice squad him. Someone will poach him. Let me just remind you, like, now that they're doing it this way, teams are cutting like 30 plus guys all the same day at the same time. A lot of cases, that's like 1,000 guys all hitting the waiver wire at the same time. So like we can blend some guys in and they won't all get poached. So there's going to be 1,000 guys that Quentin Skinner or Malagoa are like just tucked into that. Yeah, we might be able to practice squad them, but I hope we IR a couple.
Yeah. Well,
because I mean, before it was you play the first preseason game, you cut 10 guys. You play again, you cut 10 guys, and it's like, okay, well, that final week, all 10 that you're cutting or 15, they're probably the best ones. It's a lot harder to just squeak a guy in there.
I would guess there will be a couple receivers cut that could replace receivers we have on your list right here.
Well, let me ask you, me and Murph, or you might have asked us. I don't know if I got your answer. Lazard, you're the GM. What are you doing with Lazard?
Well, I'm keeping him in this receiver room. I'm keeping him. Yeah, and I was here for that conversation. He can block.
Oh yeah, run blocking. Yeah.
Best blocker in that room.
Does Lazard and Hall both end the season as Jets?
Not if they're having a bad year, like I suspect they will be. I've been saying since before the draft, Brees won't be a Jet in 2026. I firmly believe that. So I don't care what Aaron Glenn says. I mean, he's got to be positive about the guys that are on the team. You can't start saying, well, we might trade him when we get close to deadline. That doesn't do any good. But I imagine both him and Lazard will be gone.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm also not convinced Max Mitchell's going to make this team, but we went other. I mean, it's hard when you're seeing it all at once and trying to cut guys. Sitting back down, I think Max Mitchell's gone if I'm doing it over.
You guys mentioned him at one point. I thought you were going to cut him. One of you did, but
we're so thin though at backup left tackle.
Yeah.
Because, like, okay, if you want to use AVT at tackle, that's fine. But AVT at right, I mean, that's preferable. Yeah, I don't know, man. Membu, we have a lot riding on Membu and Fashanu. I mean, we're just so thin. We need another draft, maybe 2 drafts to feel better.
Yeah. Solid on the inside though. The interior, even they have a guy they can replace somebody because, like you said, you guys mentioned. I don't know if Myers has ever played any guard, but obviously Tippmann. Some people think he'd be a better guard than center. So
True.
and once again, we'll see who gets cut.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who think that I don't know if they're just counting on an injury from AVT or from Simpson, but they're ready. Titman's going to be the guard at some point. Myers is going to be the center, and that these people think that we will extend Myers or that we'll just draft a new center and leave Titman to be our guard of the future. And maybe that last one is something to consider. But also, we don't have a 3rd round pick either.
That could change.
Yeah.
Maybe some team is desperate at the trade deadline that is in the running that needs a running back. You know, would you give up a 3rd for Brees if
I don't know the way.
when you see what guys are getting traded for? But teams are more desperate at the trade deadline when they're close.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's exactly right. You hit it because Brian Robinson Jr. today went for a 6th.
Yeah. But it
It's
also
like-
might be okay. We have to give up Brees and a 5th, or Brees and a 4th. You know, like that.
To get a 3rd, maybe Brees in a 2nd.
Yeah, you wish.
I just like crapping on him, but I'm kind of
I
getting
know,
a kick out
I
of
know.
it.
He hadn't,
But-
he hadn't looked good in the preseason games. I'm not hearing much good about him.
I don't know. I don't think we'll. And I mean, a lot of people are like you just said. If Lazard and Brees are not having a good year, they're not going to end the season. But like, how do you get rid of them if they're not good? Then you just cut them.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Well,
Or
I was saying if the Jets were having a bad year.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Because, they could be doing pretty well, but the Jets are whatever, 2-6. And okay, we need to start getting some draft capital or something. So that's more what I'm thinking.
Let me get rid of that. The chat is chiming in on feet. I know Modine's a one-man army down there. He is painting a very pretty picture of how inaccurate Fields is downfield. And I'm with Artie. Like, he doesn't have to hit Arian Smith with great accuracy and great success in order for Arian Smith to be valuable to this offense. He doesn't. Like, he just needs to make he's going to help the run game work, I think, more than I mean, I don't know, maybe everyone thinks that, but like without him, I'm scared.
I'm scared with or without him.
Yeah. There's a lot of delusional optimism though right now.
I've been all over that from day one, but I do think it'll be better in the regular season because his running is going to be more of a planned part of the game, which it hasn't been. But God, his passing just looks awful. I mean, just horrible. And
Well, you're right. You're right. The weapon factor has not been around. He even sliding, like I don't know. He has to be able to hit the quick slant though, and the out route, and that as well because it'll be there. Garrett Wilson on even an 8-yard comeback is going to be there all day. Can he hit it?
yeah.
The timing with him is off. Garrett and Fields' timing is off. So get rid of that notion of they're just going to rekindle their Columbus bromance. That's just not happening.
Pick right up where they left off. Yeah. Come on, people. Yeah, well, here I've heard people say that about Ruckert also. It's like, oh, stop. In fact, people who have shows on YouTube, not you.
I believe it. I believe it.
Who work for, is it X Factor? I don't know, but that the whole argument about Ruckert helping Fields and Fields helping Ruckert. I was like, oh, just come on. Just because they're at Ohio State together. Yeah.
It's a shame that bad takes like that are never exposed. I wish they were more often.
Well, I could tell you who it was, but maybe I'll do it privately.
No. There needs to be some kind of record. Like I wish there was an accuracy.
I've heard some great ones. This might be my favorite, and it had nothing to do with the Jets, but it was someone we all know and love. He said, "I don't care how good Bo Nix does; he's not good." Okay, come on.
All right, I'll just leave
it
at that.
MVP, he's not good.
Yeah. The world will eventually find out. Just let's see 3 more years of success.
Right.
What I will say is someone else that works for X Factor today, or maybe the same person, I don't know, but someone said that if possible, they would have played Jermaine tonight. What say you to that take? Yes.
No. Hell no. Clancy, my guy, is here. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That is almost as bad as the Bo Nix comment.
What if I told you it was the same person who said that Glenn was making a mistake by playing his starters against the Packers?
You know what? I think I saw 10 minutes of the show and I caught that when he actually had said it. But I was doing other things, not paying too close. But, man, I hope they hold him to where they think he's safe and then wait a little bit longer. That's really, I mean, I don't expect anything this season. So make damn sure he's healthy, even if you lose 2 games because of it.
Oh, you said make him think he's safe. I thought you were talking about Faria. You mean Jermaine.
Yeah, Jermaine, man. Hold him out too long.
Yeah, I don't get that though. Like your take initially was we needed to keep everyone whole. The preseason didn't matter that first week. Like it's stupid to risk them, and then now Jermaine coming off an ACL, you want to play heading right into it. Yeah,
no, I know, and I didn't hear his reasoning. Like he just thinks he needs some time on the field. I didn't hear any of that. But especially after I don't know if you saw this, but I guess Pittsburgh lost their starting defensive lineman #1 pick for I don't know how long yet, but man, that could happen to some guy coming off an injury too. So yeah, that makes no sense, like you said, after what he was saying about not playing people.
I mean, we both can look at it and say it makes sense a little to just have him warm up and play a series and stuff. But at this point, is it this is the take where I'm like, it's not even worth it. Don't play them. It's not worth it because it's one thing to play Fields in the first week because you're scared. It's not worth it. But at least Jermaine's coming off an ACL,
Right. And Fields needs to play. And they, frankly, their #1 offense needed more snaps than they got. But they're whole going into the game, right? And hopefully, unless something happens in practice.
Correct.
So
And that's
2 weeks.
That's a good point because training camp's now over as of Wednesday. Training camp's over. We made 2 trades since then. Now we're just, regular practice. However, Glenn runs this 2-week period is going to be interesting as well.
Yeah, it's kind of different. Usually there's 1 week, there's the last games, then we play next week. So This is kind of strange.
It is. Like, do you?
I wonder why did they do it this way? In fact, I mean, any explanation?
I think this is the second year they've done it. Am I wrong?
It feels like there were games the holiday weekend last year, the last preseason game, but I wouldn't bet my life on it.
I think they're just. I mean, initially, I think they're just thinking like, get one game off the schedule. This is too much to have 4 and then 8, 17 games. They're eventually going to have 18. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
but
Well,
at the same time, good.
I was gonna say, is this the first year they've gone to 3 preseason games, or were they there last year? Maybe if this is the first year, then that explains the 2-week layoff before game 1.
This would be a good one for Chris B. I could have swore this was the second year in a row because when people started talking about what we would do for the week 3, they leaned on last year what was done. But I can't say that for sure. Just like the whole Amari Cooper retiring, I better just pause until I confirm it. Just assume.
I'm pretty sure they were playing 1 week later last year.
And just no bye week, just 1 week later.
Right.
Okay. See, it's just weird because they have that Hall of Fame game, and it's like sometimes at the end of July, it's like way too early.
Yeah.
Throws everything off.
And, just don't have an extra game. Have that as part of the regular preseason schedule. With those teams playing extra games, so whoever it was, I don't remember. They did play have four games, right?
Probably. Jake says we are going to suck. Let JJ ease himself in. I just want Glenn holding people accountable.
I think he'll do that. I mean, if he doesn't, what's he doing? Especially after seeing what went on around here last year, he knows. But yeah, I don't know. He's getting a little testy, like with some of the questions. He's getting you can tell he's getting a little frustrated. It's kind of to me, it's not a good look. Keep your cool. You don't have to be kind of a dick. It wasn't like it was an out of line question. You
can't just be so dismissive all the time. Like they're gonna ask you the same shit a million ways, but like everything they're gonna ask you a million ways. So you have to be able to just like, I don't know, develop like a medium.
Yeah. He in a lot of ways it reminds me of Mike Tomlin, but he needs to kind of. I think he could take some lessons from Mike Tomlin actually on the pressers and whatnot. But he says things that remind me of Mike Tomlin, like the plan is the plan. That's totally sounds like something Mike Tomlin would say.
Couple questions. Well, okay. Jake here says that he shaved off his beard for a wedding last weekend, and he says he's feeling shitty looking at us.
Don't ever feel shitty looking at me, Jake, for God's sake. Oh.
Yeah, Jake or Scott makes me feel shitty every week. He's got like, yeah.
You're gonna lap me at some point, Dane.
I told Green Bean. I think I lapped him.
Yeah, I think he's trimmed his up a bit.
I asked him, and he said no, and I said, "Bullshit, man. There ain't no way you didn't." See, he's got me though, because his like sideburns are like out to here.
I know. I trim all down here except for the chin. My friends say I got like, and my friend says, "You remind me of those guys in Big Trouble in Little China. They call it Fu Manchu."
Fu Manchu. I know that term. Dude, that movie too. I used to have on VHS as a kid.
Good movie.
Very good. Modine trying to stir the pot here.
Well,
how,
of course he is.
how far do the Jets expect to get with Fields? If he blows his knee out in a preseason game, would it really matter? Play the kid and let him get a good warm up before the season.
You gonna take that one? Oh, what are you doing? Are you sending Modine to the hole? It's funny. It seems like the tune has changed since Mougey and Glenn got there. It was like, first we're here to win right away, right now. Then it was kind of like, well, let's slow down our expectations here. I don't think they expect to be lighting the world on fire with Fields, but they kind of threw a Hail Mary. If they catch lightning in a bottle, maybe they can do something with him. But they're not married to him. Literally, he could be here 1 year. They have room to move on after this season, and maybe if he's bad, maybe you'd rather draft a guy and have Tyrod here rather than Fields. Now, unless they really want to try to do this running quarterback thing, which I'm not sure is the way to go yet. But, who knows what their ultimate plan is.
That's right. I mean, even over 2 years, it was like, what, 30 guaranteed?
30 guaranteed. But they could say, see you after this year. Here's another 10 mil. Thanks for coming. Thanks for stopping by.
The only thing that makes me pause there is like we're already paying Rodgers next year 35 not to be here. So I mean, I think Fields would have to either be hurt 3/4 of the year this year or just be abysmal not to get it next year too.
Yeah, but I'm just saying they can do that.
They can.
A team is not, they can walk away from $10 million.
They can.
I'm not.
They can definitely. I mean, no, but 30 guaranteed even for a 1 year deal is paltry when it comes to a quarterback starting for you. Lost season or not.
Yeah. So they. It just people are so concerned with they know they want to move on and they have a young quarterback. They want to have a young quarterback come in with having like his predecessor there sometimes, like some guy they know they're done with. We don't want him looking over his shoulder. I personally don't want a friggin' rookie quarterback playing. Unless it's Andrew Luck or something, which I don't know if there's any of those guys in the draft, but don't ruin another rookie.
Yeah, I'm with you. That's why I need a stopgap next year.
No, maybe you'll get Mike White back.
Don't tempt me. We need we need someone for next year. I think Fields is probably. I mean, we saw the free agent market this year. I mean, Modine, what should we have done?
Kept Rodgers.
Assuming he wanted to stay, and assuming that Tay would stay with him.
Sure.
What would the positives have outweighed the negatives? No, and I don't mean negatives as per se. I just mean you can't really have a clean slate, can you?
No, hey, I'm just saying that I don't have a problem with what they did. I don't think they improved their team by any means, but they wanted a clean slate. I don't think there was ever any chance, and I don't know if Woody had anything to do with it, but I'd rather watch Rodgers and Adams and GW doing what we saw going on down the stretch last year than what we're going to see this year, than what we're going to watch this year. You know, we got rid of the run game coordinator. I got to believe that's going to help. We don't have an anchor or what's the word I'm looking for? a plow stuck in the earth at left tackle for half the season. But I don't think Justin Fields will ever go to a conference championship game, for example.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, maybe next if like Mo's saying Fields is fine, he's just also saying that he's not someone you need to protect in the preseason, I think is what he's trying to say. And I get that. It's just
he needed snaps. The offense needed snaps. Let's face it. And also, you know, when they decided to move on from Rodgers, I would have wanted him ahead of Russell Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
He was their best option. So it wasn't
he'll
wrong.
be a free agent next year as well.
Yeah, I know. Dart's looking pretty damn good, huh?
Daniel Jones, free agent next year. Aaron Rodgers, obviously. Russell Wilson.
Hey,
Marcus.
You want my hot take for
Marcus Mariota next year, Scott, if Fields doesn't work out. Go ahead.
How about teaming up Fields and I brought it up the other day and Murph almost vomited.
Richardson.
Here's my hot take.
Okay.
Aaron Rodgers will play. Matt Stafford will retire because his back is fucked up, and Aaron Rodgers will play with the Rams, reuniting with Devontae Adams next year. Down in SoCal, where he lives.
If he prolongs his career past this year, that's as good a destination as he could get. And it's feasible.
It is. And they got a good coach. They got a good team. They got weapons. It's funny, you know. So, of course, I'm not going to ever say I'm a Steelers fan because I'm not. But, of course, Rodgers there, I pay more attention. They're in the same boat as the Jets, dude. They got one receiver. Jets have a better running back room by a long shot. I'd say I'll give Rodgers quarterback over Fields anytime, but both teams should have good defenses. I'll give the Steelers they have a pretty good tight end room, but they're not running the ball, I guess, and kind of very similar to the Jets.
Does he not have to play semi-decently, though, for the Rams to put their eggs in that basket? Or would it not matter? Because I just read you the list. Daniel Jones, Russell Wilson, Marcus Mariota, Davis Mills, or someone cut that we don't expect to be next year.
Well, I know that their coach is a fan of his. And, you know, I think my opinion was he was unfairly shit on. You know, once he got healthy, Jets did some good stuff on offense. I mean, they struggled at times, but they were kind of cooking down the stretch, especially with Adams. And that's the thing about the Steelers. He's not going to have Adams come to the rescue. That's when the Jets offense heated up, was after they kind of got reacclimated. Unless he just falls off the cliff, I like I said, I think he was unfairly blamed for the Jets season last year. He's part of it, but
He was hurt too. Like that. Yeah. That
Well,
soured it.
they always say it takes people your second year back after an Achilles is that's this year for him. But
Yeah.
for some reason when it's him, no, we're gonna get rid of that. If other guys, okay, we'll give him the 2 years. So, but I get it. He's like a arch enemy number one to most of the world.
I think if there wasn't a regime change too, that we have a longer leash with him. But like,
Oh,
just
for sure.
you know,
Yeah.
but I don't want to ignore the chat here. Jake agrees. He says that is a hot take. He doesn't see him playing another year, but it could happen basically.
Yeah,
But
he
I want to Stanley Mann chiming in. Welcome, brother. He says that the Jets have not shown their hand yet in terms of what they will do with Fields, but he thinks they will be competitive, maybe even win 7 games. What do you say to that?
That could happen. Sure. I think their defense is going to be significantly better than it was last year.
We
They
haven't seen them
underachieved.
either.
Hmm?
We haven't seen them either. Like most of
No,
them.
that's the thing. Like I said earlier, we're going to see a lot more of Fields actually design runs where I think we're going to where we didn't see that in the preseason. So we're going to see a different offense, but you can't watch the passing game and feel good about it at this point. There's no way.
No, and I'm with you though. I like to push back a little bit on Modine's takes of like, fuck it, just dangle Fields out there in preseason. It doesn't matter, because like I think we're going to utilize him to be a bruiser. Like I would probably save him a few hits in August if I can, because like you throw him out there, what are you trying to achieve? Are you trying to get him polished in the passing game? Because it's not going to happen by giving him 60 extra snaps in August. It's not going to happen at all. But polished, no. Just wait and then give him the keys to run the offense. Use Garrett and Angstrand to fill in gaps that he can't do himself and just play sound defense. I think you can win at least 7.
Yeah, they have a bunch of what appear to be winnable games, right?
Well documented on this channel.
Like,
like Denver and London.
yeah, I don't agree with that one. But but like you said though, you like catching a better team under weird circumstances like that.
Yeah.
I totally
Even though
there.
traditionally they're bad for us too, but yeah, if we were going to Denver, not a chance in hell.
Although they have won their last 2 games there, but Denver's hell of a lot better now. I was bummed. I wanted Bo Nix in my draft tonight, but someone snatched him too soon.
So, can you tell us your first few picks?
No, because I might have a draft with you still, and I don't want to give you any sort of advantage. But I will
said
tell you,
no.
I will tell you. Okay, I will tell you my first pick. I'll tell you what I did. I was in the 6th spot, 12-team league. I traded down from 6 to 9. Right.
That's an underrated. Let me just stop you there. That should be allowed in every league, and it's not.
Yeah, because I was looking at this at the 2nd round pick. So I wanted 16 instead of 19 because I was keen on a couple of guys that were like, man, that was right. The crazy thing was, so the guy I thought I might get at 5, I got at 9. Or no, I mean, the guy I thought I might get at 6, I got at 9. That was CeeDee Lamb. So,
Getting him at 9 is not bad.
No, especially when I was who I was going to take, assuming he was there at 6. So
yeah.
Now I will say the draft didn't go exactly as I thought. I can't even remember who my second guy was. It was another receiver. I don't remember.
Hold on, let me write this down.
I gave you CD. It didn't work out how I thought. So
Okay,
anyway,
fair.
but CD at 9 was my first pick. I was surprised.
Did you have to trade all your picks or just the first
Yeah.
2 rounds?
We traded the whole draft position. So rather than a few picks, that gets too convoluted and hard to deal with because it's all online and
Yeah.
so
And a lot of times they don't tell you till 30 minutes before. You don't even have time to swing trades if you wanted to, but you should be allowed to.
yeah. The guy I traded with took Justin Jefferson
At
With-
5
at
or 6.
6. McCaffrey went number 5. That was the kind of the twist I didn't see coming.
I mean, he could get you the ROI. I don't see it.
I wasn't going to take him. I
No.
figured it was going to be between Jefferson, him, and CD Lamb. And CD Lamb was the only one I was comfortable with out of those 3. But I got him at 9 anyway, so it all worked out.
Can you answer Jake?
It's PPR, Jake.
Yeah, that's a good pick at 9.
So it was
CD.
It was
Yeah,
Chase.
tell us. Yeah.
It was Chase, and then
Bijan.
I think Bijan went 2. Saquon went 3. Jahmyr Gibbs went 4. McCaffrey 5.
Got to be a receiver in there.
JJ 6. Who the hell went 7 and 8 before? I was shocked. I mean, I was prepared to end up with, like.
What about QB?
No, QB, no. I think
Brock Bowers.
I could just look it up. Oh, Genty went really high. And then I think maybe Neighbors went before Lamb. But Genty, and there's one I'm not sure. Can't remember for sure if Neighbors went. Could have. Bowers went 10.
I was going to say Bowers has to be up there, man. Talk about a game changer on a roster.
Bowers went 10. So there's one player I'm not sure about. Could have been Neighbors. I don't know. No, Neighbors went after I took CD Lamb. So
Can you read this one out loud, Scott?
Sure. Which one? I would take CD over CMC in a PPR.
No. The one on screen.
Yes, Scott is finishing last in his fantasy league. I might.
You know what? I never have the greatest drafts, but somehow my waiver claims all year bring me up a little.
I've never finished last, by the way, Modine. Not once ever.
There's usually an easy mark like Modine in a league to save you, right?
No, Modine probably does okay because he doesn't draft any Jets like the last 2 years that have screwed me over big time.
Probably doesn't draft Keon Coleman either, like this knucklehead.
Oh, now I'm curious who the hell. Let me see. I gotta see who that was.
Let me ask you this. While you're doing that, just
Sure.
if you can think for a moment. In my dynasty, which is the Badlands, we've shouted them out a few times tonight. I have MHJ at receiver specifically. MHJ, Ted,
Who's MHJ?
Marvin Harrison.
Oh, Marvin Harrison. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not good with picking those things up when you do that, Dave.
That's sorry. I have Marvin Harrison, Ted McMillan, comfortably 1-2. But then at 3, I have Trey Harris, Keon Coleman, Xavier Legette, Who do you think I'll start most often at wide receiver 3? And chat, you tell me too. Who should I? Keon Coleman, Trey Harris, Chargers, or Xavier Leggett? But I already have Tet, so like, why would I put Tet and Leggett?
Well, yeah, I was gonna say it's between Trey Harris and Keon Coleman. And how you've talked about Keon Coleman, I'm guessing you're going to be starting Trey Harris.
We'll see, because they say, "Oh, you're moving him to X. He's going to be the king." I'm not saying he won't be. Let's put it that way. I just didn't like his output last year as a rookie.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
But Trey Harris also is now a rookie, so you know. Mo says he teases you. He wishes you the championship in every league that you're not playing with Dano. He says.
Thanks, Mo. Here we go. Trying to get okay. Let's see. Oh, Derrick Henry went 7. Ashton Genty went 8, and then I got CD Lamb. So I didn't see the draft going that way, but.
Will you rue the day you took Lamb over Bowers?
No.
Who did you end up with at tight end, if you don't mind me asking? Not when you got them.
I got 2 tight ends. I know I got Kate Otten as my second tight end. I was way down the list on tight ends. Who the hell? Let's see. Hey, I can just click on my team and I'll have a roster. Oh, look at that. TJ Hawkinson. The Hawk is my tight end.
Hawk, okay. That's
young quarterback's best friend. He's second year back off his injury. 2 years ago, he caught 90 balls. We'll see.
Are you still on there?
Who? Oh,
are you
yeah.
still?
Yeah. What do you need?
Did Mason Taylor get drafted?
I don't think he did.
And you preferred Otten over Taylor?
Well, because I prefer a quarterback that can throw the ball over not. But more than being a smart ass, they have a bunch of receiver injuries, and he might get a lot of balls while these guys are trying to get healthy.
Fair.
Mason Taylor did not get drafted.
Dude, you better have him on your watch list. The only reason I say that, and yes, we're not going to be passing the ball, but also, who else are we passing it to besides Garrett? Brees a little.
Yeah. No, I mean, obviously I'll
got
an eye on him, but
yeah.
I can tell you, Tyler Higbee, no one took Isaiah Likely, but only 24 tight ends got taken because we all have to take 2. Conk is still sitting there.
That's a good one too.
Anyway,
if Herbert, I mean, it depends on her. If Herbert, now he's got some weapons. Trey Harris, Conklin. Can he blossom like Burrow did?
He already has, except, people are kind of, because he had a bad playoff game, people are crapping on him now. But look at his stats over the years. And you forget, or you maybe not, but you remember what an idiot that coach was he was playing for? That guy was losing games for them left and right.
He really was. They got a good one now. Kind of loony, but in a good way.
Totally. Well, I said they'd win a Super Bowl in the next few years when they hired him. And I believe that. But they also just lost their left tackle for the year, which sucks.
Scott, I need 30 seconds. If you can read the chat, you'd
Sure.
buy me a little longer to last here. Okay.
Where did we leave off here? Mo Dean plays fantasy football. Is he going to get into the Danger Zone league? Mo, I think Dane is going to have a league. Yeah, Jake, I'm in a league where it's slotted positions, so you have to take, for example, a starting tight end and a backup, and 3 receivers and a backup, 2 running backs and a backup, 1 quarterback and a backup, 1 defense and a backup, 1 kicker and a backup. So I kind of like it because then you don't have guys with 6 receivers on their team and 7 running backs on their team. So, man, and someone brought it up in the chat during the draft that it's the 31st year he's been in that league, and I know we were doing it for at least a couple years before he got in. So that was something. So Modine, did you win both? Oh, you won a championship in back-to-back years. Oh, nice. Yeah, these are all redraft leagues, Jake. I prefer that because for me, the draft is the most fun of the whole thing. You could do 2 tight end league, Jake. Especially now when on these websites, they're all right there for you. No one needs to do any homework. Modine, that is how I started also. I think
Was there chicken involved?
I wish. I'm hungry. I think trying to think, maybe my first player I ever drafted was Carlos Baerga. But I don't know. That could be later on.
Dude, so I thought I was one of the old. I mean, I think I still am, but I started fantasy pre Y2K, before Yahoo even had fantasy. But you guys go even further back than me. I think for me, it's been like 27 years. That actually got me into football in the mid to late 90s. It was crazy though, because like, I got my dad into it, and like Mondays, I would actually like chart out our scores on paper because your scores wouldn't upload until like Friday, and then eventually like Tuesday, and then eventually like after the games, and then now we have live scoring up to the minute. It's crazy.
Yeah, I started doing baseball in like 1986. You probably weren't even born yet. And in fact, I know you weren't born yet.
Wasn't even a glimmer in my dad's eye yet.
And I don't know where they got the scoring system from, but it was just my friend of mine had it on this sheet of paper and we lived by it. And then maybe 5-6 years later, I saw this ad for fantasy football, and I just copied their scoring system, and we got a fantasy football league going. It was through CBS Sports, and then I've kind of adjusted the scoring as the years have gone along. And but yeah, it was all baseball at first. I did several years of baseball.
Dude, baseball analytics are crazy. Like, and they always have been. Like, the stats and the research and stuff was ahead of their time, even way back when. Modine says when rotisserie baseball, I think I'm saying that right,
Yep.
started, there was no fantasy football. Baseball kicked off all the I'm with you, man.
Yeah.
Jake chimes in. He started in 02. Yeah. See, I remember the very first site I started on was called Exit 42, some weird ass site. And then Fanball bought them and it became Fanball. And then later Yahoo started, and then I was on Yahoo. And then ESPN later, like it started growing fast after Y2K.
Have you filled out a Danger Zone League.
I can have it ready in 30 minutes, sir. I pause because I just wonder if we'll be able to get a time slot that will accommodate everyone this late in the game. And yeah, or like, hey, maybe we do it here, next Friday or the Friday after. But it's like, oh, people already have drafts lined up for those dates, or I guess the surefire method is to draft in between weeks 1 and 2 because then no one will have a draft. I don't know if I've ever done that though.
I've done that in that one and done league because you don't have a draft. So you just make a lineup every week. So it doesn't really matter when you start. And I've also done it in a league called a guillotine league. Don't know if you ever done one of those. Those are kind of fun. Yeah, you can have a draft anytime. But you got 2 weeks. I mean, you could do it on some weird random night as long as you have, people. Mo Dean already is chickening out, so can't count on him.
Of course, I knew.
Mo's all talk.
Mo what?
Mo's all talk.
I think Mo's.
Yeah, there's your rotisserie chicken right there.
You know what? I think it would be interesting though to do it after week 1 because then it's like, how much do you change your draft board based on one game?
Yeah. Well, dude, so we used to do our draft after the first Thursday night game. So the rule was if you draft a player in your starting lineup from the Thursday night game, you have to play him that week. But if you draft someone who's not in your starting lineup who played in that game, you can't play him. So that totally changed the draft at times. So we finally just quit doing that.
I think we can still pull it together. I know I asked last week, and there was a good 5 or so that wanted in, and then me, you, and Murph. If you guys pay attention to the next day or two to the channel, I'll put out a post and work with people, see how they want to. Actually, this Sunday, I think I'll have Buffalo Jet fan on. So pencil that in as well, guys.
You could get Johnny and Clancy and some of the guys from our playoff league probably. So, if you want to do it.
Yeah. Just got to find. Hey, look, there you go. Oh, wait.
I'll get
He'll
in.
get in. Does he mean right now or does he mean to the fantasy league?
I don't know.
Oh, well, okay. If you're, the thing's still pinned, Jake. If you want in, we're definitely winding down here. But it sounds like you'll make for a good caller. Here it is again. If you want it, we're just bullshitting, no pressure, man. But if you mean fantasy, you can get in that too.
Oh yeah, I'd love to have Mo Dean. I used to. So back in the day, Mo Dean remembers these days. Before you had all this online stuff, we'd all be in a room, drinking beers, drafting our teams, talking shit. I can only imagine Mo Dean in that situation.
Same. I just wonder, is that what's that picture from that he has? I don't know that. Is it?
Yeah. Unless it's changed. Yeah. Isn't that from Amadeus, Mo?
Is it his face on Amadeus or is that just straight Amadeus?
That's that actor. I think that guy was in wasn't that the kid in Animal House? Oh, do you have a link for fantasy? Not yet.
Let me ask you that, Scott. Do you have a preference on website?
we've been using CBS Sports for years, but it's like 100 and probably if you sign up for it now, it'd be like $180. So
Oh my god, yeah, that's crazy.
yeah,
I
but
usually do the free sites and then just do the money on the side, to be honest.
yeah, so no, I mean whatever, it doesn't matter.
If I asked you Yahoo, ESPN, or Sleeper,
I've never done Sleeper. I don't know what you thought about the website we did the playoff league on. I think that was pretty cheap, like $20. I liked that one. There's another one I've used, but doesn't really matter, dude. You know, once you sign up for something, we all have the same chance.
yep. The only like Sleeper I like in some ways, but then I don't like in others. So I usually stick with Yahoo or ESPN. Lately, though, it's just nice to have consolidate. I got off ESPN, so it's kind of nice. Yeah, Yahoo seems to be my favorite these days.
Have you
Just
heard
like
of? Let's see if I can find it.
works fine. Yep, it does. I like the stat tracker too. Just pull up on game day and just watch it do its thing.
Have you heard of Splash Sports?
No.
So I've used something that was Office Pool Manager, and now they've integrated with Splash Sports. But I haven't seen how that is, and that's what we used for the one and done league. So you could even do one of those. It's gonna be a little different. It's kind of those are actually pretty fun.
You got the deep cut websites you're on. I'd hate to see your browsing history, Scott.
Oh, I hate for you to see it also. But yeah, one and done's cool because you're protected from drafting a shitty team. You make a lineup every week, but you can only use a player once all season long.
Ah, yes. So it's more matchup based.
Yeah, so it's fun. Especially we've all been there where we've drafted a team and our first 3 draft picks got hurt and we just struggled along. Well, that doesn't happen in that league.
Let me ask you, can you use the same players as someone else?
Yeah. So basically, it's just like being on FanDuel or something. You make your lineup every week. So theoretically, yeah, you could all have the same players.
Do you not see your opponent's team until like the last second? Okay.
Till they're live?
So I couldn't like match your entire team, but then take Bowers and you took like Conklin.
Exactly.
I got you.
Exactly. So,
right.
well, so it'll show you like if you have guys playing Thursday, it'll put those guys up, but none of the rest of your lineups. And then Sunday, and then if there's Sunday morning.
That's kind of cool.
So until the games start, you don't know who's got what going because you can change it up until game time also.
Okay, nice. So if you need a little more a boost, you could pick the good guys on Monday.
You could,
if you want. If you want.
Yeah, but you have to do it before the Sunday games get started, of course.
Oh yeah, true.
No, yeah. Once a guy's game is started, you can't change them, but you can't.
But if you've already got the game locked up, you could go and say, "Oh, instead of the Monday night wide receiver 1, I'm going to go the wide receiver 6."
Yeah, you could. I'll save Garrett Wilson for later in the year, and I'll play Alan Lazard or whoever.
Yeah, Corley. No, you won't actually.
Well, you never know. He might be playing for the opposing team on Monday night.
He might be. JT, what's wrong with Sleeper? Sleeper's fine. I think it's just more like I'm less used to it. It's got a lot of data. I think Sleeper might have the best draft layout because like the draft board, you see everyone's team on it's a one big board and it just rolls. Like your screen doesn't change. It's just you see all 12 teams, all the rounds, and it just coils around. So you get to see like, oh, the guy ahead of me already took a quarterback and a tight end on one screen. You can see everybody's lineup. That's nice. There are other things I don't like so much. I can't think of them now, but like if you use phone and website for sleeper, you'll get the best of both worlds. Don't just stick with one, because on the phone you can do some things, and on the website you can do a little more or different. So just make sure you get a feel for it before you're really cooking.
I've found a lot of the phone apps don't stand up to whatever you get on your laptop or your computer.
I usually use my computer during the week, and then once I have my lineup ready, then I can track it on my phone. Like that's
Yeah.
kind of what and it's just what you said. Jake, that's exactly how it'll be too. You just pull money. I'd rather do it on a free site too. I don't, just saying.
So in
We're
this league I drafted in tonight, it's $160, but it's we all put, it's $100 buy-in, and then if you want to buy new players throughout the year, it's $5, and then we also all put in $5 a week for a weekly prize. So that 160 just kind of disappears. Enough money in there that you don't even notice it.
You know what? Guilty confession here. I've played, like I said, over a quarter century now. I've never joined a league over $100.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I probably should have, but I never did.
Yeah, I'm in a couple league. Like this league, if you have a bad year, you could lose $350. And I'm in another one where if you have a bad year, you could lose $450, $500. But yeah, Modine's right, dude. I'm not sure I can afford to play fantasy sports anymore.
JT, yep. I hit that. I think we got. I'm trying to see if we missed anything real. Jake, think you guys would be a more fun fantasy than the rest if you wanted to do? Yeah, I'm gonna do one. We'll do one if we can get even if we get 8 people. Who cares, man? Let's just do one. I said this last year. I never did one because for the same reasons I'm spouting now, timing and participation. Fuck it, man. Let's get it going. I'll do it. Watch my pay there. I will post a post, but then I'll also remind y'all Sunday as well. If you didn't see my post, I'll make sure it's up before that stream with Buffalo Jet fan. But yeah, Modine says cheat and get a draft assistant. What are your thoughts on sites like Fantasy Pros and PFF that will link up with your site and tell you who to draft when it's your turn?
Are you serious? I don't know anything about that. And frankly, I don't know if those guys are any better at that shit than we are.
It's a big thing, man. And I think it sucks because it's bringing the average, the bottom players, it's bringing a little up.
Well, just when it went online to websites that ranked. When I started doing this, Dane, we were all there with our Street and Smith's magazine, trying to figure out who we wanted. Nobody was. I mean, they might have had some loose rankings at the time, but now you go on to any of these ESPN whatever, and it's everyone rank. You know, and you don't even have to know anything about football to get in there and draft a good team. You just have to be able to read the numbers, really.
Dude, if I could have my druthers, it would be everyone gets locked in a room with no source materials. Like there's a draft board, but there's no projections and no stats, no computers. let's see who's really good when you're just using your brain, man. Let's do that.
Yeah, yeah. And I try to do that, but I admit it. I've gotten lazy because it's all right there for you.
I
But
will say
I
though,
don't look at it as a word of God either. I have my own ideas. I wanted O'Marion Hampton, and I thought, oh, he's down the list. I bet I can get him coming back. Nope, didn't happen.
there's a couple guys. It's like it's not who you want more so than like who are you higher on than their ADP? Who
Yeah,
are you low? You know what I mean? That's so hard because everybody's got the ADP. Everybody knows,
yeah.
it's like, fuck. Yeah, you can get in it with 3 girls and 5 guys that are casual fans, and they're still drafting the right people in the first round. They're still drafting the right people in the second round. It's like, they wouldn't be. Damn it, these sites. Like, come on.
Exactly. So Modine says that draft assistant isn't to draft players, but just to keep things organized. I don't know what that is.
Well, okay, that's fine, but there are sites that do what I'm suggesting, and that's like they will actually have you link your Yahoo or your ESPN, and then you can go there during your draft, and it'll say, okay, this guy's gone, this guy's gone. You already took 2 wide receivers, so you need to look at this running back or this quarterback the next time you're up. Like they'll AI is wild these days. It's some of that, and it's also their rankings, their projections.
So you pay them to kind of draft your team or to tell you who to draft?
People do.
Matthew Berry. I listened to that fucker one year, like the day before we drafted. I changed my mind based on something he was saying, and it made sense. Yeah, it didn't work out for me. So everyone can get it wrong or right.
Yep. Matthew Berry was high on Brees Hall like a week or 2 ago, and Connor Rogers set him straight. I loved it.
God, I saw Connor Rogers say something really funny about the Jets offense. I don't remember what it was, but it's basically, it's just going to be a lot of running. They're not going to, throw too many passes.
So I heard Boy Green and Woody talking about this the other day. They said that Braylon Allen's ADP is about 140 right now, which in a 12-team league, that's round 14. Are you taking him higher or lower? Well, we'll say if it's 140, higher or lower than 130.
I'm trying to see if he got drafted in my league tonight. Nope. And he's so 30. Wait, how many? 36 running backs were drafted, and there's, on their ranking, it's a CBS 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 guys still ahead of him on their board. So they had him at running back number 50.
Which y'all only have one backup running back. So is he a top 40 running back? I don't know. Top 50 though? Come on.
Well, and he could have been a handcuff. Nope, not many people ever use these handcuffs in this league. But yeah.
I'm a JT man. I'm gonna probably find myself taking Braylon and Taylor late. That's me. Warning.
Braylon Allen, Jake.
Braylon Allen might get 250 carries for all we know.
Yeah.
That's not even 15 a game.
and a couple catches. He's not a bad receiver.
No. And that's funny because some people think he is.
Well, they just assume he is because he's a big bruiser from Wisconsin. But I don't. He made a couple nice catches, I thought, last year.
Yeah. He didn't lead the league in drops either.
And fumbles. Don't make me recite my my stats I brought in that night and did that.
I would love to, but I think the one still in the chat probably heard it then.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I even full okay, maybe not full PPR, but if it's a standard league, I think there's only one back to own on this roster.
You think
If it's a
Allen?
Is there such a thing as standard leagues anymore, or are they just all PPR?
I see him, or I see half point PPR.
Okay, JT wants your stats, Scott.
Oh, there was I think he was second in the league in both drops and fumbles. I think is what it was. I think he had 9 drops and 6 fumbles, if I recall correctly.
Jake, what will this amount to, though? That's my question. Is if you're going to be second or third receiver on the team as a running back, is that enough on a team that's running the ball heavily and not using you to do it?
Man. Yeah. We were calling him Brees 2K before the season last year.
Here's the thing. I do think he runs the ball. I do think he catches the ball. I just think you're going to get games out of him where he has like 60 total yards. And there's other games where he might have 80 in a score, but then he might have 40 the next week. And game flow and success rate, production, hot hand, Fields might lead the team in rushing some games. Fields might vulture all the touchdowns some games. And then there's other games where we just got 9 in the box or some shit. Like fantasy is about unique, consistent production, and I don't think Brees is a good candidate for that. That's all.
Well, and the problem last year, he didn't break any long runs. And he had one over 30 yards, and we saw him as a home run hitter. And that's not all on him, but some of it is.
I'm lucky I didn't have a top 2 pick last year. I think everybody who didn't is also lucky.
I wanted Brees so bad last year, but yeah, I didn't draft higher than 6 last year, and he was gone in every draft I was in by then. But I got a lot of Garrett Wilson, and like I said, he was okay. He I didn't lose because of him, that's for sure.
Yeah, Devontae kind of screwed you.
Yeah, I didn't have Devontae or Rob.
If you got Garrett's first 5 weeks for the next 10, would you have been fine?
I mean, he did. He had the problem with Garrett is he doesn't score touchdowns. I mean, he had a few. He had 6 last year. I mean, like I said, he wasn't bad, but he had 7 last year. Okay. But yeah, he would have had more stats if Devontae hadn't come over. For sure.
I just remember that game. He had 23 targets, and I'm like, holy shit.
Well, who else do they have to throw to?
Yeah. 23 targets, though, is insane.
That was crazy because they were behind, and they almost came all the way back.
I don't think we'll ever see that again in a Jet uniform.
Well, we might not see 23 passes in a game. No. That's when we had Mike Williams still.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. That was
That's what-
also in London, wasn't it?
That was London.
It was Salah's last game.
Oh, fucking Woody. I wasn't against it, but I don't have the pulse of the team and know what's going on there either. And that, at least on defense, they were never the same after Salah was gone.
Do you agree or disagree with this statement?
I feel he'll be right in there.
You know, every time I see Allen, and I'm not saying it's a knock, but every time I see him, he's talking about 2026 quarterbacks, or you know what I mean? Like,
Well, he
that's
probably should be, right?
we all should probably be. No,
Yeah.
you know, I don't need to look forward to a second bad season. Let's just take them one at a time.
Well, but even, I mean,
Are they starting next year? Like,
be realistic. Fields isn't going to turn into Patrick Mahomes. We're all kind of assuming he's going to be what he is, and we're going to draft a quarterback next draft, right? So the problem, I did hear this. And I heard him talking. Okay, so remember Archie Manning saying Arch will be playing in 2026 at Texas. I heard that either Archie or Arch said, I don't know where that's coming from. I was just kind of, listening to the radio or something. So maybe he will be coming out. Who knows? But the Mannings stay in school. That's been their history.
correct. I don't know, man. I just think that we're going to be too good to have a top 5 pick. And then we're going to have like 3 QBs to choose from that are like, and we're not going to choose the right one. That's my fear.
Well, I don't care who the QB is. There's no guarantee any of them will be good.
Yeah.
In fact,
also, like,
it's a safer bet to bet against them being good than not.
yeah. It's tough. It's tough because, like, until we see, I mean, you hope that they're, I don't know. I shouldn't even say what I think.
If you could do it again, and I'm talking about this year's draft,
Oh, yeah.
would you take Jackson Dart? Or would you try to trade back up for him? He looks good. Now, preseason, he looks the part so far. Got to give it to him. Maybe he'll suck in the regular season, but he looks pretty good.
I mean, my take all along was I wanted to, even with Membu sitting there, Connor was all Membu, but I was not. I wanted to slide. I still would try to. The problem is, like, I wanted to slide and look at maybe Tyler Warren, but if he wasn't there, I don't know that I can't say that I would have pivoted to Dart. Because I mean, leading up to the draft, it was could he go in the second? Where's
Right.
Shador going? Like, I'm not going to sit here and say I would have taken even if I slid to 15, would I have taken Dart? I can't say that. I wish I could.
Yeah. And of course, I wanted to trade back as well, but I was happy with Membu.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
For sure.
The trouble I have, or the question I have for you is, if you could do over 2024 and give me 30 seconds while you answer, you're sitting there at 10, and instead of trading to 11 and taking Fashanu, you stay at 10. Would you have taken JJ McCarthy? Would you be happy now without a left tackle?
I didn't want McCarthy. I still don't know if I want McCarthy, but he's in a better place to be developed. That coaching staff the Jets had, they just would have ruined McCarthy. So, no. Exactly, Alan. There's no reason for these guys to come out early with as much money and tail as they are getting in college now.
NIL, no joke.
Yeah. It's ridiculous, but
Are they trying to change that system already? I heard, or something. They're trying to do away with something. I heard.
yeah, I don't know. I'm fine with the players getting something, but they need to fine tune it, let's say.
What if they get something, but it's put in a trust to be opened in 3 or 4 years?
I don't think that'll keep them in school.
Exactly. Nah. We need a way for them to not just stay and bake in incubators.
Well,
we need a way for Arch Manning to come out when we're ready for him. That's what I'm trying to say.
we want him to come out.
Now, you know what? I'm pivoting. I'm not expecting, or I think it's like 0.1% we get him.
What bothers me even more is the transfer portal. Guys flying around different teams every year. It's nuts.
It's getting way like I don't use the term extra, but it's extra as hell. Some of the shit that guys are doing.
Yeah. Yeah, they're just, hey, Oregon's got their fair share of how many quarterbacks in a row are transfer portal guys for them. I don't know. A lot of the programs are just leeching off other programs. No, I don't like that.
Yeah, Jake, don't remind me.
Oh.
Yeah. I hear the crickets, Scott. Is that you?
Yep. Did you hear the thunder earlier?
I did not.
Oh, I got the door open. I had some big boomers going. Thought you might have heard that.
Alan, what's your thoughts on Aller? All these guys I want to start watching this year, and I don't typically follow much college besides the Ducks. But I'm curious because like he's my early front runner just based on late last year when I started tapping into, and I know he's not a perfect prospect by any means, but I feel like where we'll be sitting in the draft, he might actually be poised to be there. Just thoughts on him overall as a whole. And do you have a take on it, Scott?
I've watched him a couple times. The one time not impressive, the other time very impressive. So who did I hear ripping on him the other night? It was a Jet content creator. Might have been Green Bean, kind of just calling out our booty cheeks. Don't hold me to that, but I was definitely a Jet content person saying they're out on him. Okay.
Interesting.
If you watch it, but it has people who's saying these things, have they watched enough of these guys to even be able to make those comments? Either way, great or not.
the story for all of them is still being written, so I'm not out on any of them.
Well, it's like and people just assuming Arch Manning is going to be the next great Manning. He's got a long ways to go to get there.
Yeah. It'd be wild if he is, just because, like, damn, bro, that genetics needs like sold for like $1 billion. Like,
No kidding. Man, from Grandpa. Oh God, yeah. Hey, that poor guy. He played when quarterbacks took beatings. He was on some bad teams too. Oh man.
Alan says Aller will have the best talent around him, but needs to work on his feet. And he might, Hey, like Scott's, and that's what I heard too. Scott is like, the highs are really high. Does he still have the games that It's like, I don't know. It's like Jalen Milroe, not the same style, obviously, but like, when he's on and cooking, he is gonna win you games. Now, when he's not though. But the prototypical style, hey, I'm down for that. Dude, we need something in this division now. We are in a race with Miami to get a weapon at quarterback, or else be fourth.
You're not buying Tua?
No. For many reasons. And honestly, for many reasons, I am not.
I'm not buying Tua. I'm not buying McDonald. They're definitely a team that's on the way down, I think.
McDonald? Who?
Mike McDonald, the coach.
McDaniel.
I call him McDonald. All right. That's an old PC Davis football name.
I could see him with a red nose, though, for many reasons.
Yeah, I'm not buying him. I don't think he's one of those guys that's not a head coach. So
yeah,
we'll probably hire him in 2 years after we fire Aaron Glenn, because he's an offense.
He was supposed to be Salah's OC this year. I think someone said at least a year or two ago. Hackett and Rodgers leave, and McDaniel gets fired, and then boom.
Well, the thing is, now when they hired him, it's when they were trying to pull that shit with Brady and Peyton, right? If that had worked out, he might have ended up with Saleh.
He might have. You might be right. Do you think that Aller could be Jay Cutler 2.0? And would that be good enough to spend a top 10 pick on for you?
No. Although Jay Cutler had his moments. I mean, he played. He led some pretty good offenses at times, but was Jay Cutler ever going to take a team to a championship?
He sure could score, but yeah, probably not on and off the field. Alan says 3 most talented teams in the country, but he must have auto-corrected Oregon to Penn State. What do you think, Scott?
I'm looking for that. Penn State, Texas, and Clemson. Oregon lost some guys, so.
Yeah, you know what? They're shaping up to look better in 26, I think, aren't they?
I don't know.
I think so. I don't know though. I don't even. Yeah, exactly. Let me get through some of these. The chat's been cooking. We got the third shift coming in, making sure we don't end the stream. Modine, I like the kid from LSU because he does a lot with very little. He is the team. That's Nussmeier, right?
Yeah.
And then Well, Alan's looking forward to watching him next week. I think he said Modine, though, follows it up so he can play and has leadership. Makes sense. Nuss is the son of an NFL OC. His anticipation on throws is exemplary. Sounds like what they expected Tua to be, or Tua is to some.
And there's going to be a quarterback or two that we aren't even aware of right now. Guys that aren't even on our radar that all of a sudden, whoa.
Yeah, Alan got my joke. Yeah, he could score, man, for sure.
He always reminded me of Jeff George. I'm sure Alan remembers him. Do you remember him, Dane?
I do.
Yeah.
Jeff George. He was around a while. Titans
dude,
for a while,
He
right?
could throw the hell. He was with a bunch of teams. He had some
Yeah.
pretty good years at times, but he just, it's one of those strong arm quarterbacks that could throw the ball through a wall.
Yeah. He gets down. Jeff George, though, yeah, that's a name. Like in my early football memories, was all over those memories. Many of these, Modine, many of these quarterbacks thrive because they're surrounded by greats. Yeah, like Fields
For
at
sure.
Ohio State, but look at them now. I mean, look at Will Howard, who's not even looking. I don't think he looked good the other night.
Did he play?
He did.
He got hurt. Okay.
Or maybe I'm mixing him up. I'm pretty sure he played. Yeah, someone will correct me if I'm wrong, but
I know he got hurt. Well, but hey, same thing in the NFL. You need players around you. Look at I won't get back on my Brock Purdy soapbox, but you need players around you.
yeah, you need some at least. When you have a ton, though, it gets hard to really.
Well, college, the talent, of course, is spread out a hell of a lot more than the NFL. And there's 5 to 10 schools that get the majority of it. And then they just run around beating the hell out of it. It looks easy for those guys.
And that's what turns me off. But like, I'll be the first to admit I don't watch nearly enough. However, knowing what we need to do in 8 months or whatever, I have to plug in. Like, not even for this, but for like sanity's sake, and have a take on who I want, and who I can lobby for, because like Big Fella was all over Dart.
He was.
I want to know with that level of certainty who we need next year.
Yeah. Well, it's healthy to get away from Jet content once in a while, Dane, and see something else.
You know that saying though, like, I want someone that looks at me like he's looking at her, or she's looking at him. I
Right.
want a quarterback that I can look at like the Big Fella looked at Jackson Dart.
Yeah, because there weren't a lot of people that were.
No.
Well, I think plenty of people liked him, but not at 10 or 11 or where, but there were people like him that take him right there. And he might have been right, but
And there was a lot of people that didn't even know him, like when he first started on his soapbox.
Yeah. But he still hadn't played a regular season game. Remember how good Zach Wilson was in preseason?
Sadly, yes.
Yeah. So we'll see. But he like I've said, he looks the part so far, no doubt about it.
Do you have a take on Sellers?
I don't know anything about him.
Yeah, I'm with you. Sorry, Alan, you're over our heads tonight with the college takes. Circle back though for sure. And
What university, Alan? Maybe that'll ring
So
a bell.
I see a lot of people spell his name Sellar, but they're probably wrong because come on. USC? No, Carolina, South
South
Carolina.
Carolina? Okay.
Yeah.
Who was the kid that was pretty highly regarded? Was he at Tennessee that transferred out?
Oh yeah. That's the one that the
Or something?
transfer portal bullshit was.
There was some weird stuff going on there. Okay, South Carolina. What was that kid's name? Alan
It was
knows.
I can't think of it. Oh fuck. He was in the news for weeks over that bullshit.
Yeah.
Alan will know it, so I don't even bother googling it. But
Miko something, right? Yep.
Salamanca or something, or Lamaliva. I don't know. Is that an I or an L at the beginning? I
What
always
to
wondered.
UCLA? Okay.
Nico, hey, Adirondack. I got to give him credit. He was first. Hell yeah, brother.
He's a knucklehead, apparently. Yeah. That seems like what I remember whenever he was in the news last year.
Jake, man, I'm with Jake too. Dart looks like a guy for sure, and I didn't even want him second round. Yeah, you know. I can't scoff at the Mason Taylor pick though. Like that's holding me together right now.
Yeah, but didn't Dart went before that anyway, right?
25th. Yeah, we were never touching 25.
Yeah.
What do you say to the people who think we should have took Shador in like the 4th round?
I don't think it would have been a terrible idea. I really don't. Although I'm hearing some talk that he might be behind our duck in the pecking order, as it turns out.
I like Gabriel, and he actually played well. Sans one play.
Yeah.
Let me ask Alan the same thing. What does he think of Shador, Gabriel? How will that shake out, Alan? But while he's catching up to this, it takes a while for my voice to get there. But let me ask you: are you looking forward to Oregon coming to Iowa City on November 8th?
Oh, that'll be a spanking. No, actually, I don't know. I don't know what Oregon has. I mean, they definitely lost some players, but they've become one of those teams that reloads.
I give Lanning all the credit in the world to have that team ready, but I am also not plugged into them yet, like you know, like
Or Iowa, for that matter. They're going to be way too fast, my guess is, but sometimes, Oregon comes up against teams like that and they just get bludgeoned on the line of scrimmage until they just can't hold out any longer.
I can't believe their hammer from last year went to the Bay. Jordan James.
Oh, he's hurt.
Is he?
Yeah.
That would have been if it's healthy, that running back room is legit. CMC.
Now they got Robinson.
Garendo.
I think Garendo's hurt also. And they have another guy they've been really high on. I can't recall his name. The 49ers have so many injuries. It's unbelievable. I mean, it's crazy how many guys are hurt.
It's teetering on Lions defense.
Yeah, really is. Even their backup quarterback got hurt. I don't know if it's PFF.
Jack
Yeah.
Jackrabbits, baby. Speaking of we're not speaking of the Mannings anymore. We're talking about the South Dakota State Jackrabbits. They paid $1.5 million for their QB. And here's a comment that I want to ask you about. Shador, nothing special. Allen is not writing home about it. I don't know. Sounds like he's in Iowa now. I thought he was in Texas. Maybe I'm just unplugged. But will he be at the November 8th game? We'll have to find out. He says Gabriel, though, too small.
I agree.
Too small or just small?
It's not a league for little people. That's not. It's really, not many little guys make it in this league. Shador. Well, I would agree. Nothing special. I wasn't. I never thought he was going to be. He might be the first pick of the draft. So he probably could. He'll probably end up having as long as he's got the right mental makeup for it, a good career backup quarterback.
That's the thing too. Like some of these guys could be good in 2 to 3 years, but how many of them will get the chance? And like Shador, his ceiling could be high, but where's his floor? I don't know. But also, is someone going to give him 2 years to develop?
I think his floor is better than his ceiling.
Speak on it. Why do you say that?
I just think I think he's solid, smart, okay thrower, okay athlete, but he's did nothing special that's going to push his ceiling real high. But I think he can be a functional quarterback. Maybe like who do we see? Jake Browning. Remember when he came in for Cincinnati a couple years ago and played really well? Something like that. But I think you need the right mental makeup to be a backup quarterback in the league also.
So do you think, are you like me in thinking that he does have gamer traits though?
I agree with that.
And that's where I struggle with evaluating guys like that, because I'm like, they have to be given the leash to bring other attributes up to match the gamer, like, you know what I mean? And this league is not patient enough for some, unless you can do it fast.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're not patient at all, especially at the quarterback position.
Do you think both Browns rookie quarterbacks will play or will start a game this year, like Allen says?
I wouldn't be surprised. And why wouldn't you just keep them? Do they really need to see Kenny Pickett? Why keep Pickett over either one of those guys?
Do we really need to see Kenny Pickett anymore?
There's another backup quarterback, right?
I don't know, because Dorian Thompson Robinson's gone. Do they have a fifth? They might.
They brought in maybe I'm confused here. Well, they still have what's his name?
Oh yeah, Watson. I forgot. You're right.
I'm not sure how that's all going to play out. What do you do there? He seems to think he's going to play again.
That's a whole nother show, man, because
yeah.
talk about fall off. That
Yeah.
year he had in Houston,
He was a great quarterback in Houston.
he was.
More than 1 year.
I think didn't he have 5,000 yards the one year?
I don't know if he had 5,000 yards, but he had some good years in Houston.
He did. Yeah.
Who was the quarterback that played? He played for he played for the Ravens. He played against the Jets last year for Miami at the end of the year. Snoop Huntley. Did the Browns sign him? Or did somebody else sign him?
Tyler Huntley. Watson was a freak at Houston. Yeah, he had 48-23. That's crazy. When he had 4,800 yards was 2020. And he also rushed for 444.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man. 3 touchdowns on the ground. Through the air. Yeah, 30. So he had 4,800 yards, 33 touchdowns to 7 picks. I think he was damn near MVP that year if he wasn't he?
He wasn't MVP, but I'm sure he was top 5 in voting.
Huntley Allen says, while we give them, there must be a slightly longer delay tonight. Snoop Huntley, though, did he go to Cleveland? That was the question.
Someone signed him recently.
He was Miami last year. Cleveland Browns.
Okay. So they have 6 quarterbacks, sort of, right?
Jesus. Yeah. I mean, because I guess you said Watson obviously is down.
Pickett's hurt.
Pickett's on the outside of the fence looking in. Oh man, the puns just keep coming. Yeah, so you got 2 rookies, Flacco and Huntley, huh?
Yeah.
Flacco deemed the starter already.
Why are you keeping Huntley? Which they probably won't, but how do Flacco and Huntley work on a team together? Huntley would be better on the Jets.
Yeah.
Or back on the Ravens. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Cleveland, the QB grinder. Yeah. Yeah.
6 quarterbacks. Good Lord.
Wild.
Yeah.
Scott, I think that's a wrap. As we hit 5 hours, I never thought we'd see, but we started slow. We're trucking along. Good conversations, man. Like I told Scott and the people in the chat an hour ago, if you're around on Sunday, we'll have Buffalo Jet fan on. I believe that'll be around 3 Eastern, 3:30. Check us out. If not,
hey, Jake is still trying to get in.
Jake,
come on.
takes. Oh shit. You want to try this one more time, Scott?
I gotta hear this voice.
All right, let's try it one final time, Jake.
You've been so close.
Oh, see if it.
There it is, Jake. Make it count, Jake.
Did it go through? Because I had an error the first time.
I see it in the chat.
Okay. All right.
Oh, I gotta still make my bed. That sucks.
Huh. Why? You just lay on top.
I gotta get my sheets on there and in the dryer.
Let's see. I see a Jake popping in there, but I also saw that earlier. Let's see if he has audio this time.
Hall, Quincy, and AVT will be on the block. Wow. Yeah. You gone next week, Dane?
Yes, I'm out of town next Friday night. I am. Daniel is the showrunner. Are you
Nice.
going to join? Are you going to assist him, Scott?
I'm sure I can show. I wonder if I have another draft. Well, we ain't doing a draft next Friday, then. That's for sure.
Nah, yeah, not next Friday. Yeah, but I do have Murph set up to have Dom C on in the beginning.
Oh, nice.
And knowing Murph, he'll have Dom on for maybe an hour, and then he'll try to log off, unless you.
No, I'll give Murph an early night.
Yeah. But Hayes is right. Yeah, this will not be a 5-hour show next Friday for sure. But we'll be here. And actually, appreciate the ones who tuned in tonight because we are trying to get to 500. I don't know where we're at. Let's see. Oh, we got 4 new. See, I said it before. I'll say it again. Subscribers, man. It's more like you just got to go live a million times if you want subscribers, and I don't. But we got 4 tonight. I'll take it.
Nice. That makes
Sorry.
the ones that went backwards last week.
The views did.
Jake, come on.
It's okay. Jake, you know what? We'll try another night. Maybe if you try and if you copy the link and you paste it into Internet Explorer, maybe you'll get that first pop-up where it's like, are you sure you want to give permission for your mic? For some reason, it sounds like Edge is not even asking you. They're just auto blocking it.
Try the coconut phone.
Yeah. Well, yeah, maybe I'll just have you call my phone and I'll play you through my mic.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, we'll get you on though when Murph's here and Scott, and we'll have a big old bash because we are both cooked. Scott's got to make his bed, man. We got to end this.
I do.
Yeah.
I like doing that when I'm ready to get in it and go to bed.
Yeah. That was should have thought ahead there, man. Hey, Adirondack, good night, brother. The call in line. Yeah, he just wants the phone number next time. I got you, Jake.
Well, hey, I did think about doing that, but I had to get on. I wanted to hurry up and get on to try to keep you guys from cutting sermon, but you didn't. So I had to get on and congratulate you guys for being smart. Night, Hazel.
Dude, good night, Hazel. Alan says good night. 2 and 6 at the bye. Not crazy. Could be that. Could be 500. Anywhere in between. It's not going to be 0 and 8, so get out of here with that. But Hall, Quincy, and ABT will be sellers at the deadline, he's saying. And this team starting to look hard to imagine that they'll be sellers. Because, yeah, they cut Rodgers and Adams or whatever you want to call it. But, since then, they're not showing their hand as one to just back down. They traded for 2 defensive tackles in the same day. For what?
Well, but if
they got better.
But if it's not working, it's one thing if they're 6 and 2. If they're 2 and 6 and not looking like a well put together team,
they'll put their big
will be sellers. Plus, is it all one year deals?
Yeah, I believe Quincy. I'm not sure about, but the other two for sure. If you could save one of those three, Scott, final answer. Who are you saving?
Well, I think it's going to be AVT. I know. No mercy for poor Alan.
Hey, again, though, back to Jake, dude. We can make it happen because it does sound like you'll be a good caller. Don't care about your face. So, and in any way we can make it happen, we will. Fantasy football, look for that tomorrow. Sunday, look for us, Buffalo Jet fan. And then next Friday night, look for Murph and Dom C, followed up by Murph and Scott, as Scott tries to keep Daniel on for as long as possible.
Murph won't be having any of that. You know he's going to take full advantage of getting to bed early without you there.
Yeah. Hey, somehow I keep him on for 3 or 4 hours some nights. I'm shocked at it.
I think he stayed on tonight later than he wanted to.
Every time.
Yeah, that's every time. That's true. Yeah.
All right, man. Hey, good night. Good night, chat. I'll hit this intro, but y'all can go. Or you can say bye to each other, whatever you want to do.
Intro. Intro.
You know, it's the intro, but it's the outro.
Okay. We're not starting over again, are we?
Hey, you do me a favor. Say we can't all be beautiful.
We can't all be beautiful.
There we go.
You're in the danger zone.
Holy macro.